is on. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please, for a short while? My name is Steve Millett. I'm the Loss Prevention Officer at the Courtyard by Marriott, Port of Spain. We do not have any fire drills or emergency drills this morning, so if you do hear an alarm, it would mean that you need to evacuate the building in an orderly fashion as soon as possible. In order to do so, you will exit through the door to my left. You make a right. You may exit through the entrance that you came, or you also make a left through the emergency exit sign. There you'd see a sign directing you to a muster point location, which is located obliquely opposite the hotel. In the event that those areas are blocked, you may exit through the terrace area to a secondary muster point, which is at the Green Park. I also have for your information that our public restrooms, for your information, is through the doors behind you. To my left, you make a right, and it's obliquely opposite the elevators, male and female restrooms. I do hope that you all have a very productive day, and thank you once more for choosing Courtyard by Marriott.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, all. Can we stand for the national anthem, please? Thank you, everyone. You may have a seat. Good morning, and welcome one and all to our first ever inaugural kickoff Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate to see all of you here. It's a very pleasant and rewarding day for us, and I hope it's one for you all as well. I just want to dispense with the formalities and all these protocol, but I just want to recognize our all of our distinguished guests. I noticed we have the Secretary from the CTU in the room, and thanks so much for coming. We have our overseas colleagues from ICANN, from the Internet Society. We have a lot of people from civil society, academia, government, even the police service are here. So welcome one and all. Thanks for coming. And I'm going to be very brief in my opening, because what has happened is that we've gotten several messages of congratulations from the global IGF fraternity. What I'll do is I'll start with the message from the UN. That's right. Yes, Chengatai Masango. And unfortunately, we were supposed to do a video message, but as some of you know, there's a UN meeting in Geneva this week, and he was unable to do the video. So he's sent the written message, which I'll have to read into the record. So here I go. Opening remarks by Mr. Chengatai Masango, UN IGF Secretariat. Dear colleagues present, on-site and online, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Secretariat of the Internet Governance Forum, I would like to thank you for this invitation and congratulate you for organizing the first national IGF of Trinidad and Tobago. I regret that I cannot be with you in person, but by using the benefits of technology, I would like you to know that the IGF is aware of your excellent and hard work that you are doing for the respectful community of your country, as well as for the global IGF. Many of you probably know that the IGF is a multi-stakeholder forum for policy dialogue on issues pertaining to the internet that was established in 2006 by the World Summit on Information Society and convened by the United Nations Secretary General, with entrusting the Department of Economic and Social Affairs to support and oversee the IGF overall work. Through the bottom-up process and in an open, inclusive, and multi-stakeholder environment, the IGF streams to proposing the best recommendations for all of us on how to fully benefit from the internet. Bearing in mind the diversity of internet governance-related issues that exists across countries and regions, it is very important that the more than 75 national, regional, and sub-regional IGFs play an ever larger part, I think it's pretty even perhaps, but ever larger part helping to maximize progress locally and globally. Our cooperation and learning from the remarkable work of all IGF initiatives is crucial for developing a substantive agenda and fully inclusive program for the global IGF. In this sense, continuing good collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago IGF is very important. Our team is very thankful to all members of the multi-stakeholder organizing team, especially to Tracy, that is a valuable liaison between your respectful community and the joint work of the NRIs within the overall intersessional work of the IGF. As you might know, very recently, the 11th annual meeting of the Global IGF was hosted by the government of Mexico in Guadalajara. It brought more than 2,000 different stakeholders from around the world to discuss issues related to internet governance at over 160 different sessions. All national, regional, and youth IGFs have enriched the program by organizing their main session for the first time, among other activities, and with that, bringing new aspects to the discussion. Taking into account the final records from the last year's IGF, we have done a lot. However, a lot of work is ahead of us, especially with now aiming at achieving the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. That significantly depends on a strong ICT capacity for economic and social development, and related to this, on good internet policies. Looking at good quality of the community that works hard on improving the IGF, and especially the fact that the UN member states agreed to give 10 more years to the IGF to continue the good work, I am more than confident that we will manage to come up with even more comprehensive discussions and working modalities for producing tangible results. As we are determined to make a global change, it is essential for all of us to start from our own homes, to understand what are the biggest issues, and to develop a joint dialogue around. Increasing participation of those that understand, especially from developing countries, is critically important if we want to maximize the impacts of our work, and you, our dear colleagues, are the key partner in this. We hope that you will all take active participation at this year's IGF Community Intersessional Work and contribute to the global IGF's processes. I wish you a very productive and successful meeting. It's from Chengatai Masango, the head of the UN IGF Secretariat. I'm now going to read out another message from, this is going to be Lynn, no, then read out. So Lynn, that's right. This one I had time to actually put together in a presentation, so it's a little easier to see, I think. So it's from Lynn St. Amour. She's the chair of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum, Multistakeholder Advisory Group. Dear colleagues and friends, first let me congratulate you on holding the first ever Trinidad and Tobago IGF, and also congratulate you on being the first national IGF to be held in 2017. National and regional IGF initiatives, NRIs, are central to advancing local internet and policy issues, as well as the goals of the IGF itself. IGFs such as the Trinidad and Tobago IGF are essential to increasing the participation of individuals from all countries, and this is a goal the IGF community takes very seriously. Congratulations as well on the multi-stakeholder composition of your IGF advisory group. This broad participation is important, and your efforts appreciated and recognized by both the UN and the IGF MAG. The panel you're organizing on the role of the internet and the digital economy in the sustainable development of Trinidad and Tobago bridges nicely with both the IGF and the UN's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. both essential to social and economic progress. The NRI contributions are extremely informative and useful to the IGF's intersessional activities, and the MAG looks forward to your contributions and increased participation in the IGF and IGF community intersessional activities. In closing, I'd like to thank Tracy Hackshaw for this opportunity. I have known Tracy since 2009 when he was an ISOC IGF ambassador, and now he's the convener of the inaugural Trinidad and Tobago IGF. Along the way, I had the opportunity to work with Tracy on the IANA Transition Coordination Group and other matters. I look forward to seeing everyone at a future IGF meeting, and if there are any questions or additional information I or the IGF Secretariat can provide, please do not hesitate to reach out. With best wishes for a successful IGF, Lynn St. Amour, Chair, IGF MAG. So I've read out the two messages so far. So before I go to the video, which is another video that's a message we have from the IGF community, just to give you a quick introduction to what we are trying to achieve in Trinidad and Tobago. So as many of you know, there's a global IGF, and some of you know that there's a Latin American and Caribbean IGF, and some of you also know that there's a Caribbean IGF. So this is the first national IGF in the English-speaking Caribbean region. So when we talked about NRIs, national and regional IGFs, we are referring to regional IGFs like the Caribbean IGF and sub-regional IGFs. For example, the Caribbean IGF is sometimes referred to as sub-regional IGF of the Latin American Caribbean IGF, and so on. The point of the whole issue is that the global IGF, which happens once a year, is intended to take the work that is being done at the local and sub-regional and regional levels and feed into that process, so that the IGF itself that's held in Q4 of every year is not done in isolation. It's supposed to be feeding off the work of these IGFs. So the point of getting the IGFs going in regions and nations is extremely important. And this is, like I said, the first one in English-speaking Caribbean. There's one going to be in Barbados, I believe, not too long from now, and I don't know, perhaps others. We have colleagues in the room who might be able to share more with us. One of the things we want to do as well in our IGF in Trinidad and Tobago is ensure that we work closely with the regional and sub-regional IGFs that are near and dear to us, the Caribbean IGF in particular, and the Latin American Caribbean IGF. And the work that we're doing here should not stop in this room, but it should continue beyond the room. So although we only have a morning and a bit session today, I'm really hopeful that we all work together to continue the discussion that's going beyond this room. There'll be online platforms and other types of interactive opportunities that we will inform you about that you can work with us on. And we want everybody to participate. This is a multi-stakeholder process. We are just kicking it off. We're just trying to get it started. We really want all of you all to come and get involved. So with that in mind, I'm going to now, so everything I want to say is being said already by these people, including apparently thanking me. So I don't know if this is Marcus Kuma. He is the chair of the IGF Support Association, which actually provides resource support as well as some financial support for national and regional IGFs around the world. So
it gives me great pleasure to address the first meeting of the Trinidad and Tobago IGF. On behalf of the IGF Support Association, known by its acronym IGFSA, I am Marcus Kummer. I'm chairman of the IGFSA Executive Committee. The IGFSA was set up to do that, to support national and regional IGF initiatives, to support the global IGF, and also to enhance the linkages between all of them. This, I think, is important. The IGF needs strengthening, it's fragile, and it needs more funding, and by actually joining the IGF Support Association, you show your support for the IGF at all levels. I would therefore encourage you to join the IGF Support Association. Now, why are national IGFs important? We have seen that while the global discussions are important, but the impact you can have at the national level is much greater. By talking to your policymakers, you can help shape national policies, you can help contribute to strengthening the IGF in your country. there are plenty of examples of countries where a good policy was in place, the internet continued and developed and prospered. So by having your meeting in today, you can actually contribute to the development of policies in Trinidad and Tobago that will help a healthy internet to flourish and develop. With that, I send you greetings from a very cold Geneva to a warm Trinidad and Tobago on behalf of the IGF Supporter Association. Thank you for your attention and have a good meeting.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm going to also quickly ask, because I want to ensure we keep the time. We have an intervention from Ms. Marilyn Cade, who has been very important to the National and Regional IGF's establishment. She's been a catalyst for them. She has been involved in the US IGF, but also in the Geneva process in terms of a working group that's been established to get the IGFs really going and supported by strengthening with each other and sharing information amongst each other. So the Caribbean IGF, the now Trinidad and Tobago IGF will be sharing information with the African region, the IGFs there, the Latin American region, the IGFs there, the Asian IGFs and the IGFs within there. So it's very important to have this sharing. And this working group that she's been putting together in Geneva has been meeting very regularly to do this. And many of them are watching us remotely today. So it's not only us in Trinidad and Tobago, but we have guests from all over the world remotely watching us today. So I'd like to now ask Marilyn remotely, recorded, to share some thoughts as to how she sees this process working. So, Ms. Marilyn Cade.
Distinguished guests, participants, and organizers of the first Trinidad and Tobago IGF initiative. My name is Marilyn Cade. I served as the chief catalyst to launch and support the IGF USA, a sister national IGF initiative. And then more recently, invited by the IGF MAG chair, I was the substantive coordinator to the NRIs, supporting the great work of the focal point at the Secretariat, Ms. Anya Jenko, in the IGF Secretariat. Trinidad and Tobago has engaged in Internet governance forum as early as 2003 through 2005, when the world was debating how to achieve the information society. Your leadership has not flagged since that time, and I'm very proud to compliment you on your organizing of the regional LAC IGF, your hosting of Girls in ICT Day in 2013, and the role that you have continued to play at the ICANN-GAC, at the WSIS Forum, and in the IGF itself. Now, before I end my comments, I will probably ask you for even more work. 12 years ago, when we walked out of Tunis, we did not have a rule book or a set process for how to achieve the information society, but by working together, we built the IGF as called for in the Tunis agenda, and during the last 10 years, we have achieved the recognition of the importance of ICTs as a key enabler. As we meet now at the first of the NRI meetings for 2017, and I want to congratulate you on that, we face a new set of challenges about how we collaborate for the next 10 years. WSIS Plus 10 agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals remind us that our work is about achieving a better world and bringing the information society into reality for all citizens, regardless of where they live. We've achieved the WSIS Plus 10 agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals remind us our work is about achieving a better world and bringing the information society into reality for all citizens, regardless of where they live. We have achieved a recognition that it is not top-down decisions, but bottom-up, nationally consulted perspectives that will move this world forward. As the Internet and the World Wide Web have both local, national, and regional presences and global presence, all government decisions, like diamonds, have many facets and many reflections, far beyond the locality or the country where the actual policy decision is taken. It is sometimes easy to think that only certain voices or certain views matter, but that is not the case, regardless of where the discussions take place. That's why national initiatives like yours are so important to enhance stakeholder engagement with each other at the national and regional level and to provide valued input and perspectives into the global IGF itself. You have some pioneers of this concept in your steering group, Tracy Hackshaw and also Jacqueline Morris, who along with others in your organizing committee have been long-standing contributors to Trinidad and Tobago's contributions in global fora. As a small island country, when you speak with informed voices, you make a real difference. Even as we debate public policy for the internet in the global fora, it is only at the national level that we can actually make the changes that are needed. And the NRIs help us to bring forward the views of stakeholders, both to advise the government participants in certain of UN fora that are mostly reserved for governmental discussions, but they also offer an opportunity to share ideas from the global IGF back into the national level for further examination. In early 2015, we had roughly 40 NRIs. Today we have over 75, including 17 that are in formation. We still have a long way to go to get more new national IGFs and to add to the sustainability for the existing NRIs. Thus, it is with great enthusiasm that I welcome the first formal Trinidad and Tobago National IGF. Sometimes organizers ask me about the challenges of launching and sustaining a national initiative. It took the IGF USA 3 years of informal meetings before we could launch. So creating the key building blocks can be very challenging, but I promise you that it is worthwhile, and both for your national engagement and because you will increase even more your stakeholders' interest and their input into other fora. Of course, there are some basic building blocks for the NRIs. All stakeholders meeting and acting together on an equal footing to discuss, debate, and consider the options for policy changes in internet governance. It requires new modes of engagement, and it often requires participants to work to educate inside their own organizations or their own stakeholder group to convince them about the benefits of that approach. And it takes so much patience. But open and inclusive participation is one of the founding principles of the IGF itself, and it is the founding principle that we must adhere to in the NRIs. The process of planning, engagement, and participation must be bottom-up, transparent, open, and inclusive. And that means we're going to have to continue to do more outreach to those not yet convinced or even aware of internet governance. The initiatives follow the model of being non-commercial in nature. That does not mean you cannot accept sponsorship to cover cost, but that the IGF model does not link sponsorship to decision-making. Fortunately, you have an excellent history and familiarity with these criteria. So it takes more time and more work to be broadly inclusive and consultative. To me, the NRIs, and I say this because many others are saying it as well, the NRIs are recognized as the most obvious success story of the outcomes of the IGF itself. All of us need to learn new behaviors when we're engaging on an equal footing. Not just governments, but the rest of the stakeholders as well. Governments have a unique role to play as they're one of the stakeholder groups, and they must be part of the process alongside the business, technical community, civil society, NGOs, academia, and youth. No NRI has yet perfected the process of gaining the attention of different stakeholders and building beyond the initial supporters. This work remains work in progress for all of us, and I know that together we can work to enhance the engagement of stakeholders in Trinidad and Tobago, but also in other NRIs as well. Your panel discussion is one that is very dear to me and critical to the future that you want for your own country and your sister countries. The incorporation of the linkage to the SDGs and internet governance is work before us in our next 10 years of the IGF and the link to the digital economy. My congratulations to the work that you already do to bring stakeholder views to your government participants in the various fora. I want to reinforce how important that is, and that includes ensuring that your government officials that are present at the United Nations, at the various UN organizational events, at the Geneva Mission and elsewhere, know your perspectives as stakeholders. Some NRIs have found that their annual NRI is the best place to provide a sort of town hall to take input from stakeholders regarding activities under discussion at, for instance, the United Nations, at the Commission on Science and Technology for Development, at UNESCO, at the ITU Council working groups, as well as at the international fora such as ICANN and the IGF itself. Others have taken the opportunity to develop not just exchanges with stakeholders, but to convince their governments to begin to add stakeholder advisors into the government delegations to the various internet governance global events. 2017 is filled with key opportunities for us to be even more influential by working together as stakeholders. The IGF MAG will meet in early March. The Commission on Science and Technology Working Group on Enhanced Cooperation meets this week. The ITU Working Group on the World Summit on the Information Society meets in early February. The CSTV annual meeting is in May the 8th through the 12th, and the WSIS Forum is June the 12th through the 16th. ICANN has 3 meetings scheduled in 2017. I hope to see many of you at those meetings, but certainly to hear your voice. Sometimes 90% of the job is showing up by being informed and engaging, as you have done all during the last 10 years of the IGF, and now with your national launch of an IGF, of an NRI, I count on your continued leadership and collaboration. Perhaps the ancient proverb says it best: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, travel with others. And therefore, I think that as we continue to collaborate, we will bring forward the strength and endurance and innovation that we need to achieve the information society for all. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today.
Gives me great pleasure.
All right, thank you very much. And I don't want to declare the IGF open, but it is now time to begin our discussion. Just maybe before we begin, we'll have to bring some of the chairs here. So while we do that, internet governance as a concept is not new to many of you in the room, but it might be new to some of you. We don't mean government and internet, we mean governance of the internet. So that doesn't necessarily mean that a government is involved directly in it. And I want to make that very clear, because that has become a discussion that we try to avoid, that the government is governing the internet. So it's just for those who need to get clarity on what internet governance means. It's really about the structures, procedures, and policies relating to the internet, technical, social, otherwise economic, etc. And also the ability for the all stakeholders to play a role in how it's working and developing and growing. I believe I've padded enough time there, so perhaps I can invite Mr. Mark Lindesay, the moderator, to come to the panel, as well as our distinguished discussants and panelists. We have Dr. Kim Malaliu, Senior Lecturer, Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, University of the West Indies. We have Mr. Curly Prescott, Chairman of the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Exchange, TTIGF. We have Mr. Kirk Sukram, Executive Officer, Technical Services and Development, Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, TAT, and Professor Patrick Hossain, who is playing the role today of Director in the Trinidad and Tobago Multistakeholder Advisory Group, TTMAG, but many of you know Patrick Hossain in many other forms, but he's playing that role here today. And we would like perhaps to toss to Mr. Lindesay to take up the mantle from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me here? Yes? Is the mic working? Good? Or am I just talking really loud? The mic is working. Okay. Now the mic is working. Okay. So you might be wondering why a photographer is moderating this panel, according to your agenda. That is my superhero identity. I am otherwise a mild-mannered reporter who writes a column about technology, and I have a website called Tech News TT, which reports on developments in local governance and technology issues. I think it might be useful for me to introduce these folks here for anybody who doesn't know who they are. Curly Prescott has held senior management positions for both public and private sector telecommunication organizations in the Caribbean. His various disciplines include engineering, regulatory affairs, sales, carrier services, and business development. He's also served as a postgraduate course director at the University of the West Indies, UE, and served as general manager of Flo's Grenada operation for 3 years. At Columbus Communications, Curly oversees voice, video, and broadband network operation and performance, facilities, outside plant design, construction, maintenance, and restoration, as well as providing support for carrier relations and regulatory functions. Is there that anybody else does there? That's everything there? Okay. Curly holds a Bachelor of Sciences degree in Electrical and Computer Engineering from the University of the West Indies and a master's degree in telecommunications from the University of Maryland, USA. That's Curly there. Kim Malulu, our lady on the panel, has a BS in Electrical Engineering from MIT, MS in Optics, University of Rochester, PhD in Electronic and Electrical Engineering, University College of London. She's the Deputy Chairman of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. She is a Fulbright Fellow and Senior Lecturer in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the University of the West Indies, where she leads the academic, commercial, and outreach programs in communication systems. She has served as head of department and led the development of the Masters in Telecommunications Regulation and Policy, coordinating its delivery to participants from over 30 developing countries around the world. Dr. Malulu has led many institutional, national, and regional initiatives designed to build capacity for ICT-enabled developmental interventions and innovation. She was a founding member of Diálogo Regional sobre Sociedad de la Información. That's close enough, right? Close enough. And as principal investigator of the Caribbean ICT Research Program, is engaged in multidisciplinary action research revolving around regionally appropriate strategies and technologies in support of development, with an emphasis on longitudinal pathways for equity and inclusion. She is, in short, the mommy of ICT in Trinidad and Tobago, and she is well-deserved on this panel. George Gobin, who is not here, so I don't have his thing, but that's Patrick Hossain. I don't have a bio for him here, but anybody who doesn't know Patrick Hossain should just leave the room. Kirk Sukram currently holds the position of Executive Officer, Technical Services and Development at the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. He's been employed, he's a national of Trinidad and Tobago. His qualifications include a Bachelor of Science degree with honors in Electrical and Computer Engineering from the University of the West Indies, and a Master's of Science degree distinction in Operational Telecommunications from Coventry University, United Kingdom. During his tenure at the authority, he has specialized in spectrum management, wireless technologies, telecommunication regulation, ICT and broadband development, cost modeling, and policy development. Kirk also serves as the chairman of the Caribbean Spectrum Management Task Force, established by the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. So we have a high-profile group of folks up here to have a conversation and field questions from the floor. You should have these, which come in different sizes according to your tastes, on which you can write questions, which will be passed to me, and I will pose them to the panel. Let me ask the members of the panel if they have any statements or overview, things that they'd like to share with you before we begin the question and answer process. Anyone has anything they'd like to share? Curly?
I have one comment to make. Despite the introduction, I'm actually here in the capacity of the chairman of the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Exchange. So I'm not representing FLU. The introduction was all about FLU, yeah. But I'm actually here representing the industry.
So there is something else you can do besides all things you have to do for FLU?
That wasn't the point I was making. The point I was making was that I'm actually representing the wider society of the internet service providers as the chairman of the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Exchange.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes. Any comments anyone would like to share about issues? There's a headline discussion here, which is the role of the internet and the digital economy in Trinidad and Tobago's sustainable development, which may qualify as the non sequitur of the decade. Does anyone want to weigh in on that as a statement?
Yeah, let me just start off the discussion a little bit. Welcome, and Tracy mentioned I'm here representing BAG, but I'm also kind of representing the .cctld as CEO at TTIGF. And in a way, this is sort of like a grandchild of TTIGF because the MAG was kind of formed to develop policies for TTIGF, and then the MAG developed this the TTIGF. But I think it's important that we try to move things along in Trinidad with respect to the internet and ICT in general. One of my major beefs is the fact credit cards, and so in order to develop the digital economy, we need to have easier ways to accept digital payments. So via TTIGF, we have to use foreign credit card agencies, and with all the new tax laws, etc., it's becoming more and more difficult. So these are some of the issues I think we need to solve. And I know we've been talking about it for years now, but I think with the TTMAG, we could start moving that along. Thanks.
Okay. Does anyone else want to weigh in on the broader topic before we start talking about electronic transactions? Not at this point.
I guess I'll jump in on Patrick's lead just to say, on behalf of the members of the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Exchange, we absolutely and firmly believe that the ICT sector, the information and communication technology sector, absolutely can play a role in fostering economic and social development. From a social perspective, I mean, there was a launch up to just yesterday, and I had the benefit of interacting with the folks from the Caribbean Telecommunications Union on it, about using technology, ICT, to allow differently able people to communicate and interact. So that's one aspect of social development. And from the economic development, we absolutely believe, again, that the ICT sector creates a wealth of opportunities to generate employment, to innovate. And I really want to use that word specifically to the point that Patrick just raised about electronic transactions. I think too long we've sort of relied and tried to copy or just do what the rest of the world does, when I think we have sufficient tools within country to innovate and enable electronic payments beyond just credit cards through the traditional international gateway providers and avenues. So I absolutely believe that, and we absolutely believe there are a number of avenues in which the ICT sector can contribute, but we as a people, as a society, need to be prepared to innovate and to push the envelope and to think outside the box and think differently. But once we are prepared to do that, we definitely believe there are a number of ways in which Trinidad and Tobago can benefit.
Okay, let's see if we can drill down into some sort of brass tacks thing. Patrick talked about electronic transactions. Are there other ways that we could be innovating, or other areas that we could be exploring to expand e-commerce, to expand our capacity in that regard?
Well, I would like to say that quite apart from the electronic aspects and the services that revolve around ICTs, I think for me the more important issue here, certainly from a sustainability standpoint, as well as from a national identity standpoint, is for the ICT services to work in collaboration, very close collaboration, with sectors that have nothing whatsoever to do with ICT, yes? The entertainment sector, which is quite independent of ICT, for example. There are, looking at the areas that we have localized national niches, and then in those contexts, to contemplate the interventions of ICTs and the support of ICTs. So I think that is a conversation that this is a conversation that cannot be separated from that conversation.
Are you suggesting then that there should be some sort of larger initiative emerging from the ICT sector to reach out to folks who may not be enabling their services and possibilities using ICTs now?
No. I think that at the overarching level, we have to understand that ICTs are not an end in themselves, and that for any of the fruits and the rewards of the development of the ICT sector, they can only be realized in conjunction with parallel developments in all of the other sectors in our country.
Okay, agreed.
And simply to map what is being done in other countries around the world is just completely inadequate. It has to be contextualized in our own realities.
Okay. Let me ask then that to move that forward as a concept and as an idea, who should drive that? Should we expect folks in those fields to embrace ICTs, or should ICT-enabled people be looking at opportunities and possibilities within Trinidad and Tobago that they could tap into and assist?
So not to overstay my welcome, right? I'll just answer this very quickly and then back off. But the answer to all questions of that nature, in my mind, is that it is the parallel effort of top-down and bottom-up. Mm-hmm. So the only reasonable way forward is for, at the top, that facilities are enabled for the bottom to reach the top. Mm-hmm. Yes? So it really is, the responsibility lies in 3 dimensions. It lies everywhere and with everyone.
Yeah. I wanna endorse that point. All hands have to be on deck. Mm-hmm. No one can sit back and say, let's wait for government. Because government can't develop. Government, they could, right? But I mean, really and truly, it wouldn't be as responsive and as wouldn't be as targeted as we need it to be, and as robust and as efficient and as innovative as it needed to be. We can't rely on government for innovation. As Dr. Manaleo said, government can facilitate, government can create the environment to encourage. Maybe safety nets can be put in place so when guys try to innovate and things don't work out, you're not on your own, but you're given avenues in which you can continue to innovate and develop and to try again. Because, almost every single successful entrepreneur says, on their way to their successful venture, they fail 3 or 4 times. So we have to be prepared to invest, we have to be prepared to support, but all hands have to be on deck. So the ICT sector has to reach out to these other sectors that Dr. M is talking about to sensitize and allow these other sectors who have no clue. They've been doing things the same way for 30 years and they feel this is how it has to be. So there has to be that outreach from the ICT sector with support from government sector so guys can appreciate and say, yes, this is how things can be done better. We can reduce costs, we can reach more markets, or so on and so forth. So I think all hands have to be on this. That has to be the answer here.
And to take a tangent from Curly, in terms of this policy-driven approach, and this is what government can do, what regulators can do, what policymakers can do. That plays a critical role in building trust as well as reducing risk for those entrepreneurs. So there's work that has to be done in terms of legislative framework that should be put in place to foster these new innovations, new ideas, so it becomes something sustainable. There's a lot that needs to be done in terms of regulatory work to create the fundamental environment or the fundamental platform and infrastructure that could be used as a tool, because that is what ICT is, a tool to enable, as Dr. Malu had indicated, all sectors, because it pervades all sectors, or it can pervade all sectors. So that is a critical role that the policy-driven or policymakers have to play, or need to recognize. And that recognition could be of their own volition, or that recognition could be due to the interest, and this is building on the bottom-up model, the interest of the entrepreneurs in terms of driving the conversation, agitating the need for certain things to be put in place. So this is where it comes as both halves of the whole have a critical role to play.
And let me just bring in academia, and nobody mentioned academia.
No, academia is everywhere.
But I think they will or should be playing a major role in innovation, entrepreneurship, etc. And I'm happy to say that our present principal is all for that, all for entrepreneurship, innovation, and so we expect to see some good things happening there. especially in the ICT space, electrical engineering, computer science, I think we should be playing a more dominant or a bigger role than we are right now.
Just as a side point, Mark, you use the term to coin Dr. Malaleo, mom of ICT. To add to that, Kirk and I are actually students of his. So, so she's really and truly.
I didn't want to get into age or anything like that. So.
I didn't give away nothing.
Young enough.
Young boys.
We're young boys. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask a question about government. It came up in the discussion. We talked about policy making. Do we feel that government, and we don't mean this government, we mean governments as a serial entity, practicing governance over, among other things, ICT, have proven to be receptive to these concepts, have proven to be open to concepts that we could describe as disruptive? We have a lot of things hovering around. Some have landed like Uber. Some are still to dominate in any significant way like Bitcoin. But these are all technologies that are fundamentally changing the way we approach traditional systems. Do we feel that government is open to this? Do we feel that government is making policy quickly enough for this? Do we have ideas about how the government should begin to approach these things? Okay, that's a lot of quiet.
No,
Am I stepping on toes?
No. I am happy to jump in there. I think in defense of government, I would say, while they may have not developed, be quick on the legislative front or whatever, I would say government has been very accommodative of disruptive technologies in the sense that when they come in, government doesn't step in and bar and block. They actually say, okay, something has come in, let's engage, let's review, let's see, what should we do as a result? But I think just observing the ICT space over the past maybe 10 to 15 years, as disruptive, technologies or opportunities have arisen, I have not really seen government take the approach of, well, this doesn't fit our legislative framework, so let's stop it. They've actually, in my experience, have been, okay, fine, our laws are behind, but let's see where this goes. Maybe let's start talking about what laws should be suitable. I know in some cases, the ICT, the actual source or provider of whatever ICT product, they may say they want government to do more. And in those cases, they would feel frustrated. They would feel as if government isn't helping them make their product or whatever adopted wider across the space, So they may ask for legislative or regulatory relief. And in that regard, that is where they may complain. But I would say that when they have entered, and we talk about the Ubers and so on, we don't see government giving the police an instruction saying, you know what, log on to Uber, summon taxis, and anybody who shows up, give him a ticket and jail him for 2 nights. You don't see that, right? They make
maybe giving them ideas now.
They make statements saying, it's not really within our legal framework, but they have not jumped in to say, let's shut this down, right? So from that perspective, I would say government has, yes, and I think the law and the legal frameworks being slow and having to respond to changes is not unique to Trinidad. I think that's worldwide. What I would say, in my perspective, where government wouldn't break down the door to facilitate an ICT initiative, they certainly haven't nailed up doors to block them either. That would be my 2 cents or my view, and I'm open to disagreement or counter views accordingly.
I concur, and I also feel that government is an easy blame. I mean, whether they deserve it or not, it's an easy blame. And there are, in most cases, very much more that can be done outside of that bottleneck, so that all of the bottlenecks, in fact, in the entire system can line up. And it's not this serial set of bottlenecks which inevitably ends up with everything taking far longer than it must.
Any other member of the panel?
What I'd probably like to add to that is that, yes, there's a lot that government, I guess, sitting closer to the policy-making side. Yes, there's a lot that government still has to do. But notwithstanding that, there's a lot that entrepreneurs, persons that want to get into this space can do on their own. I mean, if you just look at your daily lives and how you interact with business, for example, there's a lot that is happening in terms of social media, in terms of building businesses, utilizing that tool. Just the other day, I was on Facebook, and there's persons selling landscaping services, right? So there are entrepreneurs out there, there are persons that are willing to utilize the tools, utilize the technologies to build this so-called digital economy, right? To get into the e-commerce space. But recognizing that it doesn't depart from the reality that there is work that the government needs to do, right? From the legislative standpoint, as well as the regulatory standpoint, as well as creating initiatives. It could be from the sense of incubators, or it could be from the sense of, as Curly was indicating, reducing barriers to entry. And this will get us over this so-called critical point where it is you can hopefully open the floodgates for getting really into the digital economy and seeing the benefits of that.
Yeah, I think three of them already covered government, but one thing I would like to add is that I think the government needs to spend more R&D on science and technology. I think we are lacking in that.
You're suggesting specific allocations for research and development?
Specifically in science and technology.
Okay. Can we talk a bit about network neutrality? I've actually covered some news about Canto and the code of practice which has been signed on by Digicel and Cable and Wireless. What are your thoughts about how that is progressing? Do we feel it's moving quickly enough? General considerations.
Maybe I should go first here. Well, network neutrality is definitely a contemporary issue, and it more or less shows where technology is going, where services are going. We're moving from the traditional networks where you have to pay for a service, and it's a traditional network providing like voice, right, to new innovative technologies that don't necessarily need to interact directly with those carrier platforms in order to provide the same service. And that is happening in all spheres of ICT services, with voice, data, and video as well. So this has brought to the fore this issue of network neutrality, where it is how should these so-called over-the-top services be treated when it comes in comparison to the networks that basically provide the internet access to the end user. And it's the end user who acquires these services. And where do these carrier platforms sit in the middle of that conversation, in the middle of that transaction? And we all know it's a very hot topic. It will probably be a topic for discussion again, even from the US. Because as we saw recently, just a couple of days ago, they basically appointed a new chairman of the commission. And from all the articles and the readings, he wasn't so much a proponent of the current FCC net neutrality rules. His forte is more along the lines of deregulation. So even there, where we would think that the US has established, if we want to say a format or a template or precedent that others could follow, and that some have already followed. For example, when you look at the new ECTEL legislation, right, it somewhat mirrors those FCC net neutrality rules. And you would find that that would more or less set the tone for discussion in several quarters. For us, we're fortunate as well where Canto has taken a step forward to give us some sort of baseline to start that discussion. And what I can say for Trinidad and Tobago, particularly the Telecom Authority, we started the discussion with OTT, over-the-top services, particularly voice over-the-top services, and that has now morphed into the broader discussion on net neutrality. And that's something we're working on this year. So our process is usually with research, we present a proposed position, and then there's consultation, public consultation by all our stakeholders towards the objective of finalizing a position that will speak to the regulatory environment in Trinidad and Tobago. Right? So there's a lot that is happening that is going to happen in that sphere, even locally in Trinidad and Tobago.
Wow. You could go down. So, Jing, hoping to say something.
Well, I noticed you cited the Canto signing that they did last year and the press releases that came out. And obviously, The messages and the words and the statements used within those releases were very positive in the sense that, yes, we support, net neutrality, network neutrality for all legal services. But the words were very carefully selected as well, right? And, whereas many, glean from the releases that came out, the very positive thrust of the message, they were, as I said, words were very carefully chosen because, as Kirk talked about the over-the-top services, the question that next arises based upon the Canto position is what is legal versus what is not legal, right? And what the Canto's position very clearly was they support net neutrality for legal services. So then when a service is not deemed legal, I guess there will be a discussion as to what is deemed legal, who determines the criteria for what's legal or not. And if it's deemed not legal, then what, right? Is it, free, whatever the market decides, who knows, right? The other thing that, and this is now representing the members of the TTIX, who all in general are, members or represented to some extent, whether actively or otherwise, by the Canto, is network neutrality is not, there's one line that we've always talked about, which is on a network, there are a number of services, and network neutrality is all about making sure that the services are treated fairly, right? So in other words, no one service should be treated preferentially over another service on the same network. So that goes to say, and it gets very interesting here in Trinidad and Tobago, right, that where for a particular service on a network, certain guidelines or restrictions are imposed, that those similar guidelines and restrictions should apply for other services on that network, right? And I'm going to get very specific with my example because our members are all multi-service operators, or the majority are multi-service operators. And the majority of us provide subscription broadcasting as well as high-speed internet, right? And where last year, the authority, rightfully so, put in specific mandates to say there are certain channels or content that you do not have the intellectual property rights to broadcast, so stop broadcasting it. So that was one service on the network. The same networks we were operating. So there's the network, there's one service on the network was cable television. Stop broadcasting that content. Therefore, on another service on the same network, our high-speed internet, should that content be continue to permit to be shown, to be distributed, right? So if we're talking network neutrality and we're talking fairness, then the same conditions that are imposed on one service on the network should apply to other services on the same network. So this discussion is going to be very, very, very interesting in the upcoming year. We look forward to the authorities' promised consultations on the matter. And we really, really want to see how this thing arises. Because if we're talking network neutrality, are we really true and fair and honest to the principles of what network neutrality states? And that will be my position on that today.
Any comments from any other members of the panel?
I think that fundamentally, network neutrality falls within the regulatory regime. Are these services or networks subject to regulation, and if so, on what basis and in what manner? And so I would always go back to two what I think are fundamental issues. One is the behavior anti-competitive. So I struggle to appreciate the point outside of that context. Is the behavior anti-competitive? If it is, we don't accept it. And there are thresholds to determine what is anti-competitive or not, and those are rather well established. The other issue really is that the internet technologies are based, from my little knowledge, are based on the notion of different quality of service and the basis of efficiency. propagating data through networks that are highly redundant, have multiple pathways, and is effected on the basis of efficiency. So I think that intrinsically traffic management at the network layer is an obvious strategy used in internet-based technologies. So to think that we should not do that, I think is strange, right? So traffic management outside of anti-competitive behavior, to me, is expected.
Yeah. So my interest is more on the technical aspects. You come up with these policies. How do you detect violation? And you just can't go into the ISP and look around. They wouldn't allow you to do that. The other issue, of course, is Kim brought it up, and I think we have a slight difference on this. But the traffic management, network management, it's easy to hide violations within the network management aspects or traffic control. Once you start throttling, for instance, one content provider as opposed to another one, how do you detect that? So I have a couple of students working on that issue, but we have to be careful. There are two things: the QoS and the content provider, whether you treat them fairly or not. All right, and it's two different things. So you can't provide, if I pay more for better quality of service for my cellular service operator, then yeah, I expect to get better service, and that's given, all right? And that's the QoS side. But I think what we're talking about here is on the content side. The ISP or the wireless operator must ensure that he doesn't treat service from one content provider differently to another content provider. And it's easy to hide that differentiation on the access side or when you provide it to the consumer. Because you could claim, oh, well, you happen to be in bad radio condition, so that's why this stream is not as good, whereas they're actually throttling. So it's a difficult technical problem, and I think that's, it's nice to have all the policies in place, etc. But if you can't enforce things, then it's useless.
We have a first question in from Twitter from Irwin Williams. It's rather blunt, actually. What are the reasons we haven't enacted the legislation for e-payments in Trinidad and Tobago yet?
Well, maybe I can probably step out of my crease to hazard a response.
Bataween?
You're brave, boy.
And remember, we're talking about legislation here, and all legislations follow a certain process in every government. They follow a certain process from the inception to the enactment. So in terms of what I call the necessary e-legislation to help reduce that risk, increase that trust in terms of using ICTs, and this is primarily from the non-traditional uses of ICTs, so the non-traditional sectors. You need certain pieces of legislation in place. E-payments is one of them. All I can say in addition to that is that we're rooting for this government to drive the e-legislation framework that has been established. We've gotten that indication from them. There's a lot of individual pieces of legislation that has to either go forward towards promulgation, has to be fully promulgated, because in addition to e-payments, there's data protection that has to be fully promulgated, e-transaction legislation that has to be fully promulgated as well. So this is, I guess, what we're entrusting this government to drive forward, and it's based on the indications we've received from them in taking the ICT agenda forward.
I have a question on that, though. Now, I can't answer the question specifically, why haven't e-payments legislation been passed? I mean, they've been drafted, they've gone through various stages of debate many times, and so on and so forth. And I mean, I mean, government is its own, I guess, animal. Maybe, and I believe certain sections and certain parts of various pieces of legislation have been proclaimed. Yeah. So it's not a simple question just to say e-payments legislation haven't been passed. You know, there are certain aspects of certain pieces of legislation that have been. But I guess my counter to that question, and I guess they say you never answer a question with a question, but is e-payments legislation really stopping anything in terms of electronic payments in Trinidad and Tobago? Yeah. Because there are people processing payments online, including TNTech, which is a state body. So TNTech right now has an online portal that you can go and pay your TNTech bill with your credit card online. Now, yes, there may be certain new business opportunities that may be prevented by certain e-payments legislation being passed, but the market is moving ahead. The technology is moving ahead. I could speak on behalf of our members. We have 8 members. 6 out of the 8 members take online payments, right? So we process payments online with your credit card, right? We also, even if you don't have a credit card, you can pay through your online banking account, right? So which is another form of e-payment. You log into your online bank account, you select your provider, you make your payment, and we get your money within a day or two. So, and it comes back to my very, very first point I made, about innovating. There are means by which technology can be used to achieve the ends that we are trying to achieve. We don't, and I want to coin Dr. Malio's point, government is an easy blame. Yeah, it was all great to say, government should pass e-payments legislation. But there are e-payments going on today by state agencies. And there are avenues by which we can use to develop and even push forward our electronic payments agenda within the current legal framework using the current existing tools and technologies. We just have to be, as a people, be prepared to innovate and not just say government. That's an easy blame. Yeah.
Anyone else on the panel? Wayne?
Well, I would like to suggest that Kwesi comes and has the opportunity to just add some richness to the conversation, if that's allowed at this time.
There's a microphone right in front of you, Kwesi.
Thanks a lot, Thanks a lot. Both Dr. M and Curly are correct. Government is easy blame. The real question I thought Curly was going to ask, because the fundamental real question that the initial question begged was, what does the person mean by e-payments? Curly raised the point that e-payments happens now. Whenever you go to a merchant and you use a links card, you're using e-payments. When we use credit cards, we're using e-payments. When we use a bank transfer through the online portal, we're using e-payments. But there are types of e-payments which aren't able. And the challenge we have with e-payments right now is that how it negatively impacts the gap in e-payments that I think the person is referring to is the inability of a micro SME or an individual to collect payments in a manner where if they don't have an online merchant account, which is expensive. There are legislative things that need to be done to make that, to create the ecosystem that would then facilitate actors in the sector to then facilitate e-payments. Because I want to reiterate, the E-Transactions Act does not and will never enable e-payments. So what is needed is something else, both from the legislative and market side. So which is I want to build on something both, again, Curly and Dr. M said. It's about creating an ecosystem. The ecosystem is not just legislation, it involves actors doing particular functions. So once we identify, so to close, because I don't want to take too long, I've taken too long already. The person asked the question, and they mentioned e-payments. The real question we should ask is, we should go through a process of proper problem identification, so we can identify what the appropriate solution is, and then it'll be fairly easy for, as Dr. Marley said, the bottlenecks to line up, and what can happen without legislation. I am aware of a very innovative system that is being used, that is being developed right now, that is actually being used for this carnival season that does 80% of what that person is probably asking for. Why not 100%? We do need the legislation, but 80% of what he's probably asking for can be done if you align the bottlenecks so that you can get through. And I'm just going to close this by saying, because I'm not seeing any bankers here, one of the big problems to innovation, getting the proper finance.
Okay, we have another question from YouTube. I rather suspect this is properly addressed to the Minister of Communications, but what does TT implement inclusive of policies to meet the Sustainable Development Goals? From Glenn McKnight via YouTube.
Could you read the question again?
Sure.
What
does Trinidad and Tobago implement inclusive of policies to meet the Sustainable Development Goals?
Keyword there is implement. Oh, you are
that would be as opposed to plan. Okay, from the silence on the panel, I'm going to assume that that's a question that we need to defer elsewhere. Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. What's the role of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago with regard to e-payments in your view? Should the Central Bank only regulate the banking sector, or should they also encourage the banking sector to provide more e-services to the public? That's all.
And again, this is getting to, I guess, a very web of legislative discussions. And I guess, central bank, its primary goal, its primary objectives, obviously, wouldn't be to sort of direct banks how to run their business, right? They have central functions to do in terms of managing the country's, fiscal resources and so on. But in terms of, directing the banks to say, we want to see more e-payments. That's really somewhat out of the mandate, out of central bank. So that's the answer to the question directly. Having said that, central bank does have a role, right, in, I guess, promoting the use of e-payments, right? I mean, obviously, government being a considerable collector and disburser of revenues and funds and all that kind of stuff, central bank absolutely can be a role and can be a major proponent of electronic payments if it's on their particular roadmap to say, you know what, we're going to start pay your taxes online with your credit card, you don't have to come in and so on and so forth. Or with your debit card, as the case could be, where they just set up as a payee on online banking, central bank, and so on. So I absolutely think central bank can play a role in stimulating additional e-commerce activity, all right? And I guess in terms of the legislative gaps or whatever that exists, if they were to say, yes, we will be on a drive to push e-commerce payments, and there are legislative gaps that need to be filled, they can work with the relevant agencies, and actually they probably are wannabe agencies to help develop that legislation, to plug some of those gaps, to allow and enable themselves to be a body that conducts transactions via electronic avenues.
I mean, what I can add to that is, in the same way that the Telecommunications Authority is the regulator for the telecommunication broadcasting sector, central banks serves as regulator for the financial sector, financial institutions. So we believe they play a critical role in promoting what is coined digital financial services. You will hear about technologies like blockchain technologies, Bitcoin, bits, they use those type of technologies. You would have heard in certain jurisdictions, particularly like in Africa, the concept of mobile money, where it is the telecommunication service providers, the mobile operators, they get involved in providing those sort of financial transactional services. So one of the key, to take a word from Kwesi, the actors in that discussion will have to be the regulator of the financial sector. So central bank will play a critical role. And I believe they're open or entertain discussions in that regard, particularly when it comes to these blockchain technologies and companies like this one out of Barbados we heard of last year.
Bitcoin, yeah.
Yeah. So they have to be part of the discussion.
Anyone else on the panel care to?
Yeah, no, I know I had brought it up in the beginning about credit card payments, and what Curly said is true. We can't accept credit card payments online. My concern is that most of us have to do it with foreign credit card processing agencies. And I think Kwesi brought up this point that we need to be able to process those payments internally and not have money go to some other country then come here. It's not necessary, and it's costly.
Okay, indulge me with an observation here, and let me ask a question emerging from it. We've traditionally had a triangle of commerce and governance. You've had government, you've had your private sector. It's cutting out. Yes, you've had your private sector, and you've had your consumers. The fourth estate was deemed to be the media, which is an observer of all three. Let me suggest that gatherings like this are the beginning of the emergence of a fifth participant in the process, the ICT sector emerging from the server room to take a more active role in decision-making and guiding policy, in opening up discussions about things that are increasingly going to affect all of the traditional sectors. Does the panel feel that there is a specific role or way or approach they should be taking toward what has been a kind of ad hoc emergence and formalizing it into a more specific and direct coalition that speaks to the shared interests of the ICT community and directing that towards other sectors of Trinidad and Tobago, which may not be as fully cognizant or aware or agile in their thinking on the subject? And don't ask me to repeat that, Dr. Kim. I can't.
Well, I'm just wondering why, outside of today's gathering, I'm wondering why you select the ICT sector. I mean, what I see is this is the multi-stakeholder. I see it as civic society, using understanding and appreciating the very important but not singular role of ICT. So I just wouldn't want, because we are here and we're all involved in ICT and we all understand the power of it, I wouldn't want us to say that we would orient or position the ICT sector alongside the public sector, the private sector, the media, as another entity in a foursome, So that's the struggle that I'm having with the proposition.
Any other thoughts? Okay. Any other thoughts from the panel on that? No? We're good? All right. If anyone in the room has questions, you could come to the mic. Yeah. There's someone behind you, and I'll be happy to take your comments and discussion next.
Very pleasant good morning to everyone. Kevin Swift from LACNIC, but of course in the IG Forum, I'll be presented in my own capacity. And for those in the room familiar with policy, bear with me because you know a little something about simplify, complicate, simplify. So bear with me a bit. It's a comment and question. And I think Dr. Kim started to touch on the comment just now. We often use the term network analogically in internet governance, and therefore discussion seems to be focused on attributes of stakeholders, what academia should do, what government could do, etc. And this makes the assumption that we just have to work on social cohesion issues, and then everything will be all right. However, traditional public policy formulation, and as Kwesi mentioned, the ecosystem in TNT is broken. If we take the e-trans example, electronic transactions was listed on the parliamentary schedule in 2001. It has been partially proclaimed in 2011. Probably will be fully proclaimed in 2021, by which time the basis for which it was proposed would no longer be relevant. So it's broken. The policy process for internet and internet-related policies is complex and disruptive. And in the e-trans example, as an issue area, the ICT Policy Authority does not have local standards to address contract law, taxation, insurance, and these are the issue areas that come up under this specific example of electronic transactions. So my question really is, how does Joe Public, and not the usual suspects, because I'm sure we're going to see each other in the next couple of weeks or months, how does Joe Public coming in from the street make a contribution to internet and internet-related policy? And what are we here in the room trying to do to encourage that sort of activity? Are we just going to create a committee and produce a report? So my question is really one of governance. So just looking forward to any thoughts on that matter. Thank you.
Anyone?
I would say, not in answer to the question, but just in contribution to the point, is when I walked in today, I was thrilled to see Rakaya, who was one of my students. The first thing I asked her, are you missing class today? And she said, no, she has no classes on Thursday, which was a relief. But the thing is that I was really thrilled, and I saw another one of my students, and I was really thrilled to see 2 students here. And teaching is not just training, it's mentoring, it's providing exposure and opportunity for the young chronologically or young in an area of development to participate. And mentoring students in whatever context to expect a lot of themselves in terms of participation, contribution. So when we have fora like this, and I always say, I've said it to the CTU, I've said it to Canto over the years, et cetera, is what we really need to always do is carve out a space with the expectation that students will participate. Now, that's only one part of the general public, but the principle extends. That the conversation, and this is why I took the exception with your comment about the ICT sect. I think this really is, these are issues that affect everyone in the society, and everyone should have an opportunity to participate. We will always have cases where the vast majority of the society will choose not to participate, perhaps until something happens for which they are all, a large percentage of them, up in arms, as we have seen. 250,000 here, 500,000 here, up in arms after the fact. But this is human nature. So we must understand 2 things. It is our responsibility when it is that we are curating ideas and soliciting views to be as participatory as possible. The other is to understand that in human nature, the vast majority of people may likely not wish to contribute, even with cajoling and incentive.
Yeah, let me answer that, Mark. So yeah, speaking of my TT Mag hat, I guess, one of the primary objectives of the TT Mag is to facilitate input from the man on the street, to get all the stakeholders involved in making decisions about the internet, about ICT in general. And but you know, we need input. We need help from people like yourself to help us do that. Yeah.
Actually, there's a question from Glenn McKnight again on YouTube. What about special interest groups, for instance, people with disabilities, consumer groups, etc., having a voice on the policies? I imagine that speaks to your concerns about TTMAG being all-embracing?
Yes, so TTMAG is a multi-stakeholder advisory group, and it's supposed to involve all the major stakeholders with respect to the internet. You know, we have a look at our website, but the idea is that we want to have as much participation as possible. Now, of course, we can't invite everybody to join the TTMAG as a director, but as a member, you can join and help us participate and help us to bring the views of the man on the street into the ICT decision making. Yeah, so that's what I was saying.
I would like to say one more thing, if you will allow me, and then again I'll shut up. The thing is this, that yes, you can solicit views in an event. You can schedule and have a venue and solicit views and get views and record them, etc. The more powerful, the more authentic, the more legitimate way to really get the views of the people is to have view seeking and view expression as a cultural artifact. So, for example, I was in the Netherlands last year. I was minding my own business in one of the subway things. And a gentleman next to me, we struck up a conversation. And in the conversation, he told me, he said, I am happy to pay taxes. And you would know in the Netherlands, the taxes are extortionate. And he said, I am happy to pay taxes because I don't want to see poverty. I don't want to know that I am in any way contributing to poverty. That is a cultural expression. That is an expression of the culture of the Netherlands, and it is pervasive. So what I am saying is that yes, we can solicit views in a forum. The more important thing is to work on the culture. And you will say, oh, we can't change culture. Nonsense, we can't change culture. 10 years, 15 years ago, 10 years, 15 years ago, when we started initiatives like we did a regional competition for mobile innovation. This was a long time ago, right, in the early part of the century. And then we followed that with the open data code sprint. We did the first Telios core jam with Telios. We had, in fact, we conducted the second, I think, or third IGF in the Caribbean. All of these things. I remember one of my colleagues, Professor Sinclair King, asking me at the time. He said, what is the point of this? What is the point of this? Because if you have a programming competition and you have a team that wins and they get $1,000 US, what does that do? We have to have this whole infrastructure, top-down led, where there are routes for these winners to develop their companies and do this and that. And I said, but you're missing my point entirely. And my point is this. How you change culture is you do it slowly, without the expectation that it will be done overnight. If you want something overnight, don't look to change culture. If you are prepared to not expect overnight action, then be prepared to be able to change culture. Now, on Monday, I know I'm talking too much, so I'll be very brief. On Monday, I sat down for the whole day in interviews, NASA interviews, interviewing Trinidad and Tobago citizens for internships in NASA. All of the students who are studying anything remotely like computer science, right now, they are students, and they're doing so in Trinidad, have participated in the Telios Code Jam. It's just a standard thing we expected. You understand what I'm saying? You're going to tell me that culture hasn't been changed? Culture has definitely been changed. So I am saying that it is entirely possible for each person in this room, within their spheres of influence, to exert the expectation that you express your thoughts and your positions on all matters that count. And if we do that, and we agree to do that, let us have the conversation 10 years from now.
I think we should count ourselves fortunate that Dr. Kim is wearing a lapel mic, because she would have dropped it at this point. So let me just, emerging from that, say that if you are involved in a special interest group and you are not involved in TTMAG, consider this an invitation to join and to participate.
The comment on Mr. Swift's point, though, about how does Joe Public get involved. I think there are avenues. I think a lot of the regulatory and government agencies, they do public consultations. I guess, use the example of the Telecom Authority. Most of their policies, and once they embark upon this over-the-top consultation, it is published. They give people opportunities to respond. And your comments are published, right? And the regulatory agency is arguably obligated to respond to your point, right?
Nice hop, skip, and jump there.
Yes, they're somewhat obligated to respond to your point, and he does say, well, really and truly, your point is kind of off base because of X, or you're spot on, and we incorporated it, right? And to take Dr. M's point a little bit, if you are interested, there are avenues to contribute, right? And yes, we can, and forums like this are excellent so that those who are interested get a chance to participate even further rather than just submitting a response. So you get to interact, you get to build networks and so on. So this is very useful. But I think there are the channels and there are the means by which you can submit your comments, be on the record, and ensure that your points are taken into account. I could even, make shouting out Dev in the crowd. The Trinidad and Tobago Computer Society, anytime TAT produces an issue that impacts their users, they contribute. They don't take the approach, that's just TAT and the operators. They make sure to voice their concerns, and they make sure to show up at the ICT forums that TAT hosts and so on. So I think if you are interested, there are a number of avenues and channels. And as I said, it's more than just, especially in a public consultation, that like when TAT does a policy, your comments have to be published. And they have to respond to it, even if they just say, we disagree, right? They actually have to respond, and it's on the record. And being on the record, it goes on to say if someone of influence actually agrees with your point, they could actually turn back around to TAT and say, well, they actually TAT, you know what? I agree with that guy's position. You need to reflect your policy and change your policy. Because you would have submitted your contribution, it would have been published, and they would have stated their position on it. So I want to say, Mr. Swift, that if there is interest, there are the avenues, and it's just a case of continuing to participate and make your voice heard.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Hi, good morning. Claire Craig, UE, Caribnog, internet researcher, whatever. Today, first, congratulations on the forming of this TTIGF. I think this is a really fantastic opportunity, and I'm glad to be part of this inaugural meeting. My question, however, is closing the gap from the consumer point of view. And yeah, there are some avenues, but I just want to talk to you about two recent experiences. So the regulators have said that they've put policy in place, signed the agreement for number portability, right? But who ensures that the service providers are actually implementing this? I tried to do it. Nothing. Okay? But TAT says, yeah, we have number portability.
Decline comments on that.
Let me just...
I have stark interest in that, so no comment from you on that one. Yeah.
The second example. Yes, we do have persons who are using the technology and, innovative and saying, oh, go online and pay for certain things. And I recently decided to go to the movies with my daughter. And we said, yeah, Mom. She said, Mom, we could probably go online and purchase tickets. And there was a facility to purchase tickets online. But there were no discounts for no promotions, plus there was a fee for online payments. So who is actually dealing with some of those issues? So it was in my interest to leave home early and get to the cinema in time so that I could line up and purchase my ticket. It saved me $30. Just for my ticket, plus the money that I would have paid for the online payment. Okay. So we are saying that, we are encouraging innovation and we are encouraging entrepreneurs to use the technology, which I am happy for. But how do we as consumers, what should we do to help them to recognize that, listen, if you're going to be encouraging people to use technology, then you have to make it something that they are going to want to use. Okay, so that's the one. And then the second one is, how do we ensure that when we sign these agreements, like number portability, that they implement it? Thank you.
Panel?
Well, I feel a bit obligated to respond to the first question, which was reiterated at the end. In terms of new services such as number portability, the regulator would be more than likely the proponent in terms of seeing those services, I guess, present in the market. And in some instances, for example, with the TTIX, we're able to do that via a collaborative approach with the service providers, with the industry. And I'm happy to say that went well, so kudos to Curly and his group there. In other instances, it needs to be more from a regulatory and legal standpoint. And this is where agreements come in. This is where the regulator may have to make determinations. And in all those determinations, you have what is supposed to be in place and deadlines, of course, and you also have what remedies will need to be effected, if at all, for those who don't comply. And I'm happy to say for mobile number portability, that was kicked off on cue in terms of the date that we finally agreed on. Fixed number portability, there's still some teething problems there. And that is something that the regulator is actively pursuing with all the parties that have to play a role. Unfortunately, it's not as swift as we would have liked it, because as everything else, especially when you get into the legal discussions involved, there's a lot to consider. And in that consideration, there may be some time that is required to ensure that when we move forward with everyone moving forward, as opposed to we have persons that we just leave by the wayside. Because at the end of the day, what we want to see is a successful consumer experience.
TAG does have a formal consumer complaint system, does it not?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And
is that system online?
The process in terms of the service providers are the ones who first have to have their consumer complaint handling procedures. So obviously, subscribers of services will go to their service provider, whatever complaints they may have. And if those subscribers aren't satisfied with the responses they get from the service providers, then they can escalate those issues with the telecom authority, who will undertake resolution on their behalf. So that's in effect the process that we have in place at the authority to treat with consumer complaints. And we have been receiving complaints with regards to number portability, and we're endeavoring to treat with them to have the matter resolved.
Any other comments from the panel on the issues raised there? No? As a person who is entitled to a discount, who has been late going to a movie, I feel your pain. But I feel that's a letter you need to address to Mr. Chinley about that payment process. Yeah. There's a gentleman in back who's been waiting for a while. Is that someone? Was a hand coming up? Yes?
Oh, Owen.
While we're waiting for him to come to the mic, just to respond to the second point that Claire raised on, the use of the technologies to make things pervasive. I think the market has a role to play there in the sense that, all right, so Movie Tongue in that example, they charge additional fees to purchase tickets online. So now if Caribbean Cinemas 8 had a similar online facility and weren't charging fees, over time, Movie Tongue will stop charging fees,
That's
right? So
not
everything will necessarily be regulated. If CC8 were to put a 10%, or CC10, because I know there's the one in South, were to put a 10% discount for buying online within 24 hours, and sales start to go towards CC10, bet your bottom dollar Movie Tongue would fall in line. So I always like to take a step back to say, and I really want to, on this whole e-payment thing, there are things in which the market can do. Patrick talked about, yes, they take online payments, but they're dealing with an international overseas payment gateway provider. Well, I guess we have to deal with an overseas payment gateway provider because the provider of credit facilities are international companies, multinationals, MasterCard and Visa. As long as you're going through MasterCard and Visa, even if there's a local payment provider, that local payment provider still has to deal with MasterCard and Visa's, payment processors, right? So if it is we want to get away from dealing with those international gateway providers, then we have to be prepared to innovate. I want to give you a perfect example of where Trinidad did innovate. I moved to Grenada in 2009. It actually was in the biography you read, right? And in Barbados, there was no links. I could not go to Scotiabank and withdraw money from my RBTT at the time account, Grenada. You know, I had to actually go to my bank to withdraw money. And that was a case where Trinidad, through Infolink, the organization of Infolink, innovated and built that network between the banks to process payments across banks. So I use that example to say that if we are prepared to think out the box and prepared to develop systems and mechanisms to enable the e-commerce environment that we like to, then it can be achieved. And I personally, where I sit today, yes, it would be nice if the government put all the laws in place and everything. But I still think that courts and these guys could have online payment facilities using the debit card infrastructure we have today. Yeah? So let's not just sit back and be complacent and say it's government, right? We can do things. And there are opportunities for innovators to do things, including, you know, Kwesi talked about the SMEs. There is an opportunity for someone to say, let me provide a product for SMEs to have an online payment channel, right, where people can pay through their online bank account and we will distribute the funds through the SMEs. So there are opportunities and we need to stop sitting back and saying, let government and e-payment legislation and start to innovate and work together. Now, it would be nice if, whether through academia or whatever safety net, you know, that there would be some sort of protection to allow people to jump in that sphere and innovate. But that it doesn't have to wait for that to innovate. We can be prepared to innovate and jump in and provide that service. So that would be my 2 cents on that.
And while oh, sorry, forgive me, can I? Yeah. So while that is happening, which is bringing up the bottlenecks to line up, in parallel with bringing up all them bottlenecks to line up, it is incumbent on those who are complaining and have grouses to express those in very clear and emphatic terms, as opposed to expending the same amount of energy or more in complaining. Apply that energy to formal channels, and these formal channels now include social networking, social networking channels, to put pressure on whichever entity is responsible for the most severe bottleneck. If it happens to be government, then that's where you apply your pressure, not in closed rooms over a drink of whiskey.
So you want to add some question?
Hi, morning everyone. My name is Gilwin Williams. I am one of the guys who runs Teleos Code Jam. We've been doing it for, I think this is 9 years now. 1 year, I think this is probably 2 years ago, students had, they participated, they won, or they came very close, and they went, so let's say that Teleos Code Jam was in October. A month or so later, there was the National ICT Forum. And these students went up in the forum and they said, we won Teleos Code Jam. What next? Largely because the frameworks around that they see, they read TechCrunch and they're on Reddit and they see things happening, they don't exist here. And the challenge we have is not that these students who build these solutions, and they're fairly innovative, don't have anything else to do. They'll go work for a bank, no offense to banks. They'll go work in a school, they'll just go off and do something else with their talents. So it's not that people aren't innovative.
Yes.
It's just that the barriers to innovation are such that they'll just go on and do something else with their talents. And what happens to us is we then don't have the capacity to respond in a timely manner to challenges that present themselves, and we end up buying solutions or just not having a better way of living life. It is very difficult for a student team or team just coming out of school. They have good ideas to go ahead and not be able to show how they will pay for those ideas.
Yeah.
The Movitown example is classic because Movitown just doesn't want to pay for the cost of the ticketing service, so they pass it on to the consumer, and it costs to even get into those services. So you're asking an innovator, and most times these students who are innovating, they're technically minded, they're very gifted, they could do really good stuff, but they don't have the business acumen, or they don't care. It's not they just don't care to go ahead and run down somebody to get money, to invest in them to go and do the cool thing, and they don't do it. Sure. And we end up losing out in the long and short term. In terms of this particular meeting, it says the role of the internet and the digital economy in Trinidad and Tobago's sustainable development. But I didn't really hear much talk about the goals of Trinidad and Tobago and so our development goals. I wanted to kind of add one. Much of our competition and ideas around building services seem to start at let's build a thing for Trinidad or build a thing for needs we see here. And one of the things we do, I'm sorry, I'm at Telios, so I look at on Telios Codejam and we build various kinds of software services and solutions. Our solutions are used locally. Many of you get SMS with alerts about your bank account balances, that's Telios, in addition to the carriers and so forth. But beyond that, we provide those same services throughout the region and we're open to anybody else who comes to us around the world. And I think one of the goals we need to have is building services that are exportable, digital services that are exportable. We could talk about all the areas that could come from carnival and culture and all that cool stuff. But for that to happen, those creators need us to convince them that we have the capacity to do those things. As it turns out, if you tell a mass man, well, I could take your costume and digitize it and make it 3D and play it in a game, he will laugh at you, he wouldn't believe you. Until you actually do it. So I think we have a role to play in convincing the society that we have the skill that it requires to do the things that we're telling them can be done. Which of course means spending some nights after work, most likely writing code, making cool things if that's what you do, and then saying, hey, look at this thing I built. And then somebody will say, hey, that's real, that's true. So I'm hoping that I hope to get more involved in TTIGF. One of the things we can do is have times when we show off what has been done here to kind of create that awareness that when you say I want to build something, there's someone here who can build it. I think I could go on and on, so I'll stop there and thank you all for this meeting.
Thank you.
I fully agree with 100% with everything you said. Good contribution.
Curly was very unsettled during that talk. Chris, that's good. Owen, right? I think Owen's point dovetails and reiterates, strengthens Dr. K's point earlier about culture change and the need for culture change. Because what I think Owen's fundamental or core challenge is not something government can do either. I know there's talk about creating incubators, but these incubators tend to be top-down driven and end up having a predetermined vision of what they think is cool or not. And once you have somebody adjudicating on what's cool, it's no longer cool.
Yeah.
Cool, and I'm an 80s child, that's all. My definition of cool may not be a definition of cool of another generation. But to me, a cool thing, and a cool thing that will then become monetized. Because that's what the kids want. The kids want to do something, see that it can be monetized so they can continue doing it.
Yeah.
Because once I can do it, I was once working in a ministry, and they had all these visions about what they could do with ICT. And they said, if a person gets up in the morning with nothing in the fridge, and they can't use ICT to put bread on the table that evening, they're not going to care about ICT. It's a cultural shift. And we have to understand how to create the solutions. So the long and short is, Erwin, I believe, reiterates the fundamental point that, to answer the question, the role of the internet and digital economy is really to help engender a change in culture. Now, stuff that Patrick spoke about and Kirk spoke about, which I'll talk about, institutional systems that need to be put in place, are part of that cultural shift. But I think, to me, what I'm hearing is that the role of the internet and digital economy is to change the culture so we're more risk-taking. We have a culture, if you don't pass SEA, you're stupid, and that's branded for you for life. If you don't get enough ones in CSEC, you're dumb, and that's branded. So we have a culture that where we reward success and we totally penalize failure. What about, whereas everyone we idolize, Steve Jobs and so forth, failed. Somebody mentioned it. Good.
Yeah,
right? They failed.
I had a friend I was going to university with, American guy, and he was doing about five entrepreneurial activities, right? And I'm like, guy, how are you doing all this stuff? He said, well, bus, I'm only 28, I can start again. And that was a blow mind to me. Because at 28, if I bus, oh shit, a bus. Everybody would say, that man bus. And in Trinidad and Tobago, that's the end of you. So we have no innovation. So we actually encourage stasis as opposed to innovation. So, I think, again, I would like to postulate, I would like to step out of my shoes and get out of place, because I'm always passing out of place anyway, to suggest that the answer to the question, what is the role of the internet and digital economy, is to create that environment to engender a culture of risk-taking, of trying, failing, trying right, and so that we can ultimately change the culture of Trinidad and Tobago. If Rhoda Barrett could make the president come out and speak as what she say on Facebook, why can't we, as all of us, engender such a change? I'm out.
Yeah.
Yes?
So yeah, I think let me talk about it's a little bit of an advertisement. Yeah, but let me talk about something that TTIGF is also doing in this space. We formed this group or lab. It's called TT Lab. You can look it up, lab.tt, where we try to attract bright students who have lots of ideas. This is a combination of students within UB. We have returning scholars. We have some, students and foreign universities. And the idea is to collaborate. And our focus last year was mostly on publishing. So we have several publications. But this year we're going to start focusing on patents and innovative products, etc. We already have one patent. The concern is a lot of these students, they have good ideas, but they're afraid to take it further. And so the hope for TT Lab is to allow them to, for instance, when they submit a paper and if it gets rejected, they get depressed, and I tell them, no, it's no big deal. Mm-hmm. A lot of these conferences, the acceptance rate is 20%. Mm-hmm. So so that's what we're trying to do on our end, and it's expanding. And in fact, we do have a research preview next week, Friday, so you're invited to come, where we'll talk about, we'll present all the publications over the last 6 months. But yeah, I agree with a lot of these comments about innovation, and we need to take these bright people and not only get the ideas from them, but take it forward.
We have 5 minutes before we're supposed to stop. I have a question from YouTube from Abdullah Mohammed. Can anything be done to influence foreign companies like Google to include TT dollars in revenue earning services?
$TT,
He's not in the room, so I can't. You wanted to weigh in on that?
Narami Hari, Trinidad and Tobago Internet Society chapter member. I think he's talking about the payment in TT dollars, which YouTube being an international organization, of course, when you collect revenue, it's done in US dollars, and then that has to be converted to TT dollars when it's paid, and of course there's a fee for that. Just weighing in, I just threw in a little 2 cents here on the whole online payments. It's a multifactorial problem. Someone asked, what could the central bank do? And I've been having discussions with the central bank and many other parties on and off since 2005. The central bank has classifications for organizations such as commercial banks. They have a classification for credit unions. What we are missing is that there's no real classification for what you would call a third-party payment processor, which is essentially what you go to sign up to create a merchant account. that leads to a whole bunch of issues. The long and short of it is, if you want to get access to the central bank directly, you need to put up a certain amount of money to cover if there's fraud in the transaction. I believe it's like 50% of whatever they're trading value. So that gets very high very quickly. So that's, part of the financial headache of it, if you will. There's the legal aspect because there's no classification as far as I know. And, the relevant parties could probably correct me if I'm wrong, that there's no legal precedent for the creation of such a company, But one thing everybody doesn't talk about, and it's something that was always very blatantly obvious for me, people will say, well, I can go to PayPal, I can go to these outside companies, and they can process the transactions. And I said, yes. And we're talking here about our economy. We're a small island state, right? What happens every time PayPal takes their 2% or their 3%, right? They're talking about charging us taxes for online payments, but they're not talking about this hidden drain on every single transaction that comes out across the board. Yes, sir? And that, if anything, should be the reason why they should push more to facilitate local mobile and online payments, if anything else, just for the drain on our economies.
Thank you. All right. At this point, we have a lot of people who want to weigh in. All right, we just have a few more minutes, please.
Good morning. I'm Sylvester, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Cybercrime. Just to make the point, and I just want to point out the same thing with Movietong. The Legal Affairs Department of Trinidad and Tobago has a portal where you could sign up to do searches, land, businesses for the last few years. And to actually go through the process, you need to go in their office and pay by the cashier to actually get funds on your account to be able to search anything. And that's our government. And you're actually paying more than if you actually go there in person as well. Right? Now, but looking at the whole idea of e-payments throughout Trinidad and Tobago, if two government departments are actually processing e-payment or some part of it, then we don't really need legislation. We just need to re-engineer some of the other state organizations so that they will accept e-payments. Because it can't be that two departments alone are right and then the rest of the country is wrong. We are not waiting on legislation, we are waiting on the private sector and entrepreneurs to come up with some kind of innovation, to speak to the technology and to pull government forward with them. That is what exists in the US, Canada. Bitcoin didn't sit down and wait for the central bank up there to tell them, well, you could go forward. They stepped forward, and then the government came and met them. Uber came down to Trinidad. They stepped forward, and everybody's running to meet them now. And the same thing that needs to take place in Trinidad. That's my point.
Thank you.
100%.
We had one.
Morning, and since the 5 minutes almost run out, Rabindra Jagannath, independent IT consultant, also a member of the board of directors of TTIGF. And I actually was jotting down notes here, and I wanted to keep quiet as much as possible, but one of the ways it was raised by the speaker just now, our banking sector is one of the major problems that we have in this country. And you talked about a variety of different e-payments and so on. Infolink, which is owned by the banks, have actually on several occasions put forward the opportunities to actually implement other forms of e-payments for the banks and so on, and they've all refused for whatever reason. Now, part of my problem is that I suppose at old age and so on, I'm getting very impatient for things to happen. Things take a long time to happen in this country, and the point I'm trying to make here is really leadership and influence. And I'm not blaming government for anything except that government does really put themselves in a position where they take blame for a hell of a lot. But the government can influence a lot of what happens in the banking sector. Now, I'm also saying that the public can also influence a lot of what happens in the banking sector by actually pressuring the banks to do things differently and more cheaply and so on. And interestingly enough, the end of last year, there was a certain amount of agitation with the banking sector and the charges that they wanted to charge. But let me talk about government's influence in the banking sector. If government feels that electronic payments and in the various forms and so on is beneficial for the country and so on, they can influence the banks to come on board. But our government takes a very passive approach to that, and their perspective tends to be, and I heard this from a permanent secretary a couple of years ago, when I complained to him that our banking sector is ultra-conservative, it's no longer conservative, it's ultra-conservative to the point that we have a regressive financial sector in Trinidad. His point was, well, look, they're conservative, but look what happened in 2008. With the global financial meltdown, very little effect happened in Trinidad, and that is because of the way in which the banks were operating. But that was 2008. Times have changed. The banks have got to change, but government is a major player in getting the banks to do things differently. And unfortunately, our government view their position as very hands-off. Central bank views their position as very regulatory and so on. And nobody is influencing the banks to actually do things differently and to offer a greater variety of e-payment services that will actually benefit not only the individuals and so on, but certainly benefit e-commerce, the e-commerce uptake in the country.
If I can say that my response to that, not that I was asked necessarily, but is that the responsibility in a case like that, to me, resides with the people. Right. In Latin America, there is an expression, take to the streets. In Latin America, the people are not satisfied, they take to the streets. In our case, I think we should take a page out of their book and do the same thing, but in a figurative way, not taking to the street, but put the pressure on government. If you have identified that government is the bottleneck, and the problem and the beneficiaries of the solution are the people, it is the people to exert pressure on the government, and not to look at government and continue to see government continue to be lethargic. We are the ones who have to exert pressure on our government, is what I think.
And point very well taken, and I didn't mean that government have to be the one to be driving. So we have to drive our government to do the right things.
That's correct.
And that is where the biggest cultural change has to take place in the country, because we are very passive when it comes to situations like that. We accept a lot of things. We are willing to pay the banks $25 per check on certain types of accounts and so on, rather than push back to the banks that this is actually horrendous, especially when you're making billions of dollars of profit. I might be a social democrat. I feel that actually you should cap the amount of profit that the banks make so that they can plow back the rest of the money to reduce the amount of charges. But that's another story.
See, this is a point. This is something that, we could start right here with the TTIGF, Tracy, exerting pressure on the government.
Yes. Before Tracy goes looking for tires to burn, let me just point out that we have an option to continue taking questions until 11:30. We're currently about 7 minutes past the point that we would have taken the break. I do not want to be the person standing between you and your break. So I'll leave it up to you all if you'd like to ask some more questions, or if you'd prefer to adjourn for the break and return here in a little while for the open forum. Yes? There's a sense that a break is a good thing? Or we want to continue? I don't know. Are there more questions on the floor? There's a break in the back. So, okay, I thank you for your time and your questions, and we'll be back in a little while. Thank you.
I think I'm hungry.
All right, good day, good day. We are starting our open forum in 7 minutes. 7 minutes, open forum. 7 minutes. Open forum, 7 minutes. 7 minutes open forum.
In 7 minutes?
Yes, yes.
This is the time to be wrapping up now?
Open forum now.
Oh, we actually have to wrap up. Okay, sorry.
No, just checking.
Okay, we are starting in about 1 minute. So I'm just going to give you quickly what's going to happen before we restart the live stream visually. So those who are maybe otherwise occupied, we're going to be streaming the room shortly. The open forum is as it sounds, it's an open forum. You can continue the discussion you were having from this morning. Bear in mind the panelists are no longer here. So the thinking is that any questions posed will be posed to the room. So everybody is a question poser, discussant, and a respondent. So the idea is that we are, typical IGF style, we're going to have questions and comments and responses. Now the way it's going to work, we have 3 ways of doing the open forum. You're going to have the original plan to do the cards. So you can bring the cards to me. There'll be runners around the room to bring the cards to me, and I will be posing those questions. You see there are 2 mics in the room. There are 2 mics, standing mics. There are 4 mics. No, there are 2 standing mics in the room. And the 2 standing mics, we ask you that if you want to have to pose a question, you can line up at the mics, and we'll take the questions from the people who are lining up there. And for those who are less able to stand at the mic, we will have runners at the tables. So we'll have mics in the room as well. The key is, please don't respond without a mic at your disposal. So if you want to pose a question on the cards, you want to verbally pose it, stand on the mic, and you need to sit, you will be attended to. So to catch the eye or the attention of the runners, you just raise your hand, and they will come to your desk with the mic, your table, and I will call upon you, and the audio needs to be aware as well, so he will see someone at the table with a card in his hand. All right, so we're about to go back live into the stream. So just letting everybody know. Right, that's a good reminder. We want to have as many questions as possible, and we also want to control maybe the enthusiasm of your questions. So we're going to have a timer that will count down when you're speaking for the questions. It's 1 minute to pose the question. 1 minute to pose the question. Responses can be longer, but please be mindful of the time and get a chance to speak. So 1 minute to pose questions. As I indicated, we can continue from what we had before, or we can pose any topic or question related to internet governance, ideally, and the topic we had earlier today. I'm not sure if we could answer, because the room is to answer any questions. I'm not answering any questions, just letting you know that. So the room can answer the questions. Questions that may not be able to be answered in this room, well, we'll have to clearly not to defer that. So we'll ask you to refrain from asking questions that are maybe overly political and so on, because no one in the room probably can answer those questions. All right? And questions about why isn't this not happening in the country, we may ask that you phrase it in terms of, maybe a solution-oriented question. All right, so we're about to go. So, all right, so the stream is back on. I'm going to use this bell when your time is up as well. So keep that in mind. All right, so the floor is open, quite literally. The floor is open. So as I said, there are 3 methods. Any method that you wish to use, feel free to engage with them now. And let's begin. Open forum, IGF open forum. Let's go. I see you.
Hi. We briefly broached the topic of net neutrality this morning. No, that's okay. I could continue talking.
No.
Yeah, we briefly broached the topic of net neutrality this morning, and we said that it was a potentially hot button topic. I'd like to bring it up again. Is it that the TTIX considers that over-the-top services should be illegal?
Okay, I'm just looking around the room and I'm noticing that TTIX representative official is not here. So there's one other representative, so I will maybe that individual can identify himself and answer the question if possible.
Afternoon, I'm Ajmal Nazir. I'm the Vice Chair of TTIX. The question on OTT and whether they're legal or not hasn't been discussed at the TTIX. I think the different members will have their own views on it. It's a discussion that is happening. We're watching what's going on around the world. We're also discussing it with TAP. I think there's a lot of people put the OTT services such as, let's say, Netflix, Viber, and WhatsApp into the same bucket as, let's say, you've got technologies like Roku and certain applications that can be run on Roku. I think the TTIX members or the operators probably have a larger issue with some of the stuff that you can run on Android or Roku boxes, which earlier on in the discussion where the question came up was whether it's legal or it's illegal. And then it comes down to is does an OTT service now have a competitive advantage over a local operator who has to comply with the regulations at TAP. But we don't have a firm position on it. It's a discussion that is happening. So in line with what the work that TAP is doing, we'll probably have a firmer position on that later on this year. Thank you.
All right. Any follow-up questions on that topic? Any further questions on that topic? Perhaps it's a good time to make that call now. Yes, I see a follow-up question coming from a gentleman in the crowd.
So there will be communication to the public later on in the year. In the meantime, will there be any action on part of the TTIX members to limit these so-called over-the-top services, or what they may potentially in the future consider to be illegal services? For example, illegal streaming, and any other number of things. So before you make a final decision at the end of the year, do you intend to pull back on some of on the availability of some of these services?
Okay, so just to clarify, the TTIX is more of an exchange point. So our main objective was to get the local operators together, so any traffic that needs to go between our networks doesn't need to go up to Miami. We've succeeded in that. Now, because the TTIX consists of all the operators, or 95% of the service providing or customer serving, we do have a forum when we do get together to discuss and bring up topics such as whether it's net neutrality or what we're going to do with OTT services. But TTIX does not have a remit or objective to say that the members together are going to take a position on this and then everyone's going to comply. So discussions will happen. I think the lead is going to come from TAP, from the regulator. We will work with them. We will supply them with information. We will give them our own opinions. I think what will happen is different operators will have different opinions because it would affect their businesses differently on that. Now, in the meantime, if an operator decides to take unilateral decision, that won't be through the TTIX. You know, they will do that on their own, on whatever decision or whatever criteria they've made the decision on. Okay, thanks.
I just want to reiterate the challenge, the questions you're asking really shouldn't be to TTIX. You have to look at your own service provider, or, as the representative earlier said, when TAP does their consultation on OTT services later this year, possibly, it's going to be public. There's going to be the opportunity to give your opinion. When the second round goes out for publication, you will get to see what your operators, the different operators say. You will get to see what other consumers say. You'll see what other stakeholders say. And your stakeholders will not just be local stakeholders, will be international stakeholders. For example, Ash mentioned Roku. You did the very funny, interesting thing of saying illegal streaming. Then you already defined it as illegal. And if it's illegal, no one has used the term illegal streaming. So what I'm saying is, I know what you were trying to do, but So the challenge we have to face is that we, and this is a general challenge, so I'm on my soapbox now. We for some reason in Trinidad and Tobago think we should have the exact same internet experience as if we're sitting in New York. The difference is, in New York, much of the internet services you purchase are domestic services to a New Yorker. All right? I'm in the US, it's a domestic service. That service provided in Trinidad becomes an international service, which becomes a trade issue. A lot of trade issues come in. How can a third party enter a market and all these kind of things, and legal issues apply. So while the internet allows cross-border communication, it can't ignore the fact that borders exist, because the economy and the services, the economies of the services which you're using over the internet are bound by jurisdictions, by state boundaries. So for example, when you say OTT, you said streaming. Do you consider banking an OTT service? Well, it is. All right? Do you consider, I don't know, shopping on Amazon? You consider that an OTT service? But that's what it is. All right? So do you mean OTT voice or OTT cable, which are OTT versions of competitive telecoms regulated services? Then you have to be very specific in terms of problem definition, and then we have to understand that what is a domestic issue versus a transnational issue. And when we do that consultation, it'll all bubble up, and we'll see what payload we get. All right?
All right, thank you. I see a remote question coming in, so I will toss to the remote moderator at the back. Identify.
Good day, Tracy. This question is for you from Glenn McKnight of our YouTube live chat. Tracy, you are outspoken on issues facing the small island states. What is the challenge, or that should be, what are the challenges and opportunities for this community in regards to internet governance?
Oh, wow. So that wasn't supposed to happen. Thanks, Glenn. But yes, so the small and developing states challenges, having worked with the Pacific Islands in particular, and some of the islands in the Indian Ocean, shared. One of the things that I've discovered by working with the islanders in Vanuatu and Fiji and Niue and so on, they're very, very similar problems, very similar histories, sometimes even similar operators in those islands. And the differences that exist are really in terms of distance. So in the case of the Pacific Islands, they are separated by significant bodies of water, and landing cables in those islands have proved to be very challenging for them. They work off the Asia, Pacific, Australia type environment, and getting the internet into their countries is much more difficult than what we have in the Caribbean from that standpoint. But in terms of development, once we work out those infrastructural differences, challenges exist that are very, very similar. And one of the things that we've been talking about is having a common platform to address the problems. There are 53 small and developing states at last count, if I recall. 53 countries is a significant number in the global scheme of things. I think it's a quarter, or just less than a quarter of the number of UN countries. And what we want to do as a platform is address, as what happened in Samoa, I think 2 years ago, address common developmental concerns and use our governments and our civil societies and our academia and the same multi-stakeholder approach to try and find unified positions to address these issues as a common theme. As islanders, we are faced with climate change challenges, we are faced with issues related to that disaster, and we are faced with issues related to in some countries, the issues of political turmoil and trying to get consistent policies throughout administrations, if that's the word to use. So instead of working with in our own region, so the CARICOM region or the Pacific, PASINet, I think is what the similar or the equivalent is in the Pacific, and the less aggregated one in the Indian Ocean, which is based on the Mauritius and in other small islands there. It's better to work together, and that's the kind of platform we're saying that the Internet Governance Fora can address. Utilizing the technology on the one hand, utilizing the fora that we can speak together about a common issue, which is getting technology in, access done, and having a much greater voice in the process. And when I say that, I mean that if you are approaching ICANN as an example, we've learned that it makes a lot of sense to get together as that aggregation rather than only as a Pacific Islands aggregation or Caribbean Islands aggregation. And they listen to you much more readily because of the common problems. So without getting into any further, I mean, there's a lot of work being done in that area on subjects with the ISOC chapters in that area, as well as with the governments. For those who are interested, there's a 2014 Samoa agenda that came out of a meeting the UN had. And a lot of the issues are raised there beyond IT and internet. It's all basic infrastructural issues, basic developmental issues. The discussion is to work together cross-regionally and across borders, which is a big thing. You don't see that happening around the world very often, where they work beyond regions. You know, they're going to work together almost as a community of practice, that we have this similar challenge. So that's how I try and respond to that right now, because I was caught off guard, but that's how I'll try and respond. So any further follow-up on that, as I already have the floor in that area. I'm noticing there's a question coming in from this side. Are you going to stay there? You go to the mic? Okay.
Thank you. Is it on?
It is.
Right. Thank you very much. I just want to express, first of all, say how happy I am that the TTIFG has come into being, and to just pledge the support of the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum to this new organization. We're very happy about it. But one of the challenges, I think, in small island states, the populations are small, the levels of expertise equally small in terms of numbers of people who could speak to some of the issues that we are talking about today. And I think public awareness and education are key in this whole process of getting people to understand why these things are important and why they need to participate. We've seen across the region, even though there are facilities to enable people to participate, there are no bodies to take advantage of these opportunities, right? So with that, I will just end. Thank you very much. I think you should have given me a few more minutes, but anyway.
As people in the IGF know, the trick is to go up multiple times. And the counter restarts. That's the trick so that's the trick. There's a question from, is it Simon or is it Albert? Simon? Yes.
Does it specifically have to be in the form of a question?
No, comment is open forum. Comment is fine.
Can I just take this out because this is too short for me? All right, Simon Fraser, Faculty of Social Sciences. I noticed the panel this morning was heavily stacked in favor of the STEM, but we'll try and take a different perspective. Anyhow, what I'd like to start with is a statement saying that we don't really have a technology or internet problem in Trinidad and Tobago. As Kim started saying, we have an innovation problem, we have a cultural problem. And what I'd like to add is, if you want to understand the roots of these cultural problems, you might want to go back to Williams and Best, from Columbus to Castro, Capitalism and Slavery. Even though they're quite old now, they speak very strongly to why we are where we are.
Thank you. Any response to that? So there's a question following up. There's someone else in the queue, but any response to that? Please. Great, so next.
Good afternoon, everybody. Albert Daniels, ICANN. This is a follow-up comment, not a question, to Secretary General's comment. ICANN is very happy to see what is taking place here today. It's something which we've been speaking about for years, and we recognize what the CTU has been doing. I think, Bernadette, it was in the Bahamas where we spoke about the importance of getting these national IGFs going to feed into the Caribbean IGF and to feed into the overall global IGF. So what you have done here in Trinidad and Tobago as a multi-stakeholder community is really leading the way for other Caribbean territories, to follow. A very important comment which goes against, a little bit that was just said about the small island development states. I take the view that we are a very powerful grouping, and I can say that I'm from St. Lucia. We are a very powerful grouping in international fora. Within ICANN, for example, there is a sort of box, you can call it, where representatives from government discuss policy and make their input into the overall policy development that's going on. And each country of the world has a single representative. So think about the Caribbean going into that section of ICANN. There are at least 15 countries that are members of what we call the Governmental Advisory Committee, and all 15 of us can talk and go to the mic 15 times, whereas the United States and the UK, can go once and they have one vote. So if we are able to participate in the international forum, we can have a very strong voice to represent our concerns and interests. I think we need a different timer for comments.
I see Secretary General Lewis wanted to speak next.
Thank you very much. My comment, the CTU and the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum have been advocating for the establishment of National Internet Governance Forum, because at the level of the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum, we have no mechanisms on the ground in the different countries to carry on or to filter down the things that, the decisions that are made at the Caribbean, the regional level. So I would like the TTIGF to give serious consideration on how we work together from the Caribbean IGF to the TTIGF, and this could be a model for the rest of the region, because we all want to be sort of harmonized across the region in our approaches and what we do. So this is what I'd like to just place on the table, and I'll just bide my time. Right.
Thank you. So I'm only seeing people on the left, but I just noticed on the right, so maybe we'll take, just you won't bias the room, so let's go to the right as well.
My question is, hi everyone, Quasi Prescott, consultant again. My question is very, very simple. It's a question of governance. And it's built on a bit of confusion that's developing in my mind based on the last couple of statements. And it's very simple. Is TTIGF an event or an entity? And if it's an event, is it that TTMAG hosts the event? Or is TTIGF an entity? And if it's an entity, how is it constituted and that kind of stuff? So it's just a governance question. Thanks a lot.
I noticed the chair of the TTMAG asks for the response.
Morning, everyone. Sanjay Bahadur Singh, chairman of the TTMAG. Kwesi, thanks for your question. So the TTIGF is an event. We are all here to participate in this event. The TTMAG has been the body that has been responsible for setting up orchestrating. And as it's in the inaugural event, we are hopeful that a lot more will come on board, participate with us for future events. We have earmarked Q1 of 2018 for the next TTIGF. So it's another event where we hopefully can have not only MAG members participating in terms of orchestrating, but involving all of our stakeholders. So hope this answers the question.
I did notice that, was it, you wanted to respond to that, or was it something else?
I don't think I could respond to that because he was very clear in that it is an event. Now, we don't regard the Caribbean IGF as an event. Yes, we have an event, but out of that event, we develop plans. We have an internet governance policy for the Caribbean. That policy is being implemented. The internet exchange points that have been established throughout the Caribbean, those are as a direct result of the implementation of a policy framework that was developed through the IGF. So the perspective, I just wanted to make that sort of distinction that whereas the TTIGF may be regarded as an event, but the Caribbean IGF, yes, there is an event, but the work goes on throughout the year, and we have things to show. We have a track record of evidence that this body has been able to implement over the course of the years.
Thank you. Now, I'll take the convener's privilege to also say that the TTIGF is, in fact, an event from that standpoint, but it's also a process. So the event triggers the process that will lead to the next event, which is in Q1 2018. And what the CTU-SG is saying is actually what we would like to do, which is, oh my goodness. Hang on. What she's saying is that the feeding of the local, and if there are other IGFs that are happening in the region or otherwise, that we feed into the Caribbean IGF and hopefully the LAC IGF to ensure that the process is aligned and harmonized throughout. And as an example from today's session, we are detecting that there are several themes that are emerging. And what we like to do is have, while we won't have another event next week or next month, maybe a continued online dialogue on this particular, these themes. And I'm seeing the chair of the TTMAG wants to weigh in on this particular issue.
So just to respond to that, Burnett, yes, one of the goals that we have for the MAG would be to improve our awareness or visibility. And just as you mentioned earlier, reaching out to those audiences. By doing that, we will put ourselves in a better position to form specialist working groups so that this work can continue. This being the inaugural event, see it as a seed for that. So it's very much aligned with the concept that you have just, so eloquently described to all of us. But bear in mind that we need to work with everyone, all our stakeholders. So this is the opportunity to provide that stepping stone. So we are along the same path. Great.
Thank you. So there's a queue. The queue is fighting to see who's going first.
We're actually not fighting. Just to continue, I guess you have to learn quickly, come to the mic multiple times. I just wanted to say that the internet by architecture is a two-way street. And we do in the Caribbean and Trinidad and Tobago do not have the luxury of time. Over the last 20 years, we've put down a lot of infrastructure, hence the reason why I say we don't really have a technology or infrastructure problem. But the American companies have been much more successful at exploiting that infrastructure to enter our markets than we have been able to enter their markets. So, the government really has to get off its whatever in putting in place the various enabling environments. Time in this situation is not an infinite resource. We've actually got to get going because, the oil is running out and what's left, people don't want to buy anymore.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if that's a government representative behind you.
Good afternoon all, Kieran Swift. I'm here from the Economic Development Advisory Board, but I am actually here speaking in my personal capacity. So no, Tracy, I'm not representative of the government for this purpose. So I'm not going to speak directly to that point, but I did want to pick back up on a bit of the conversation that took place before the break concerning the question of if and if so how the ICT sector, quote unquote, could and should engage with the other sectors of the economy and of society to make things happen, to be productive. I want to suggest that, and I think we did kind of get to the point of an IGF, or this IGF and subsequent iterations being a potentially useful and powerful mechanism for that. But I would say that could only happen if we stop framing the discussions around ICT. I think the point was well made earlier by Dr. Mali, by Kim, that the issues here aren't about ICT, they are about real lives, lived experiences in context, framed in social terms, in economic terms, and environmental terms. Because on the issue of environment, we haven't even talked about power and power efficiency and all those issues that are also attendant to internet and internet governance, right? And then the other thing I just wanted to add and to bring to the conversation was, I have now, from the past 3 years of managing the I2I program, Idea to Innovation, that some of you may have heard about, have now seen and experienced that there's a real power in action. And if there is discussion, but discussion tied to action. So I'll give a specific example, and excuse me for using the persons I'm going to use. So Dr. Mali was a part of a team that was awarded an I2I grant, right, that sought to address an issue around health. Just a few minutes ago, she met with Erwin, who works at Telios. Erwin has developed a chatbot on the Facebook Messenger platform to allow persons to query health information drawing from a Ministry of Health database. Why is that important? Because now Dr. Mali's team has a new channel for engaging a much wider audience to address and to advance the issues she's trying to. How could that have happened? Well, I could tell you it couldn't have happened if both of them had stayed in the position of being focused on the issues and on the problems and not themselves engaging in action. Failing along the way, certainly, but engaging in practical action. I mean, as was pointed out, we have an innovation problem, but I want to piggyback on something that Kwesi said earlier. When we start to throw around terms like that, we need to really start to really dig in and understand what do we mean by that. So we say there's an innovation problem. Well, what exactly? Is there a funding issue? And if so, funding through what? At what level? So I'm just, having been someone who is, as you would know, Tracy, been close to this space for quite a number of years, I think that it's frustrating on the one hand, but it also presents an opportunity on the other hand for us really to advance these conversations by getting much more nuanced, much more specific, much more contextual, and in doing so, encouraging and engaging in innovation by moving away from generic, high-level discussions and really getting into the meat of what exactly we're trying to solve and coming up with solutions amongst ourselves to solve it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kieran. And I noticed my timer has failed me. So I couldn't ring the bell. So next time, timer, can you help me out with the timing? Thank you. So I noticed they're ready to put in the queue. They're sitting, so I'm not sure if they're going to be, so I'm seeing a gentleman in the back, and there's already a gentleman in this row, in this table here. So bring the mic to him, or he's going to stand. Right.
Hi, good afternoon, gentlemen in the back. Kevon Swift, I spoke earlier. Kevon Swift. I am repeating Tracy's word. I hope that's not counted from my time. Just a comment, and it goes with what Tracy had mentioned before about LAC IGF and the discussions that Secretary General from CTU was speaking about the CIGF. So I'm just talking on behalf of LACNIC here. LAC IGF is a regional preparatory meeting for the Internet Governance Forum that is undertaken in Latin America and the Caribbean. LACNIC is one of 3 founding entities for the LAC IGF. They have a committee which encourages open dialogue to set the agenda, organize, etc. And the event usually takes place around August of each year. In 2 years back, they had a collaboration for the first time with UN ECLAC for the UN ECLAC ministerial meeting. The second part of my comment deals with a program that LACNIC is launching in regard to this, and it's a support program for national initiatives, national IGF initiatives. And the idea of this support program is that we're looking at 3 axes. We're looking at, and this isn't to compete with any other support or any other initiatives that are going on. The support program simply deals with advice on organizational matters for your initiative, agenda setting, etc. And it also has a source of funding and also possibilities for participation in the areas that we manage at LACNIC, namely IPv6 matters. So it's a support program to support national initiatives. And the second side of that support program is that depending on the movers and shakers, I sometimes don't hear different sounds and languages. Depending on the movers and shakers, we will provide a grant to some of those national key persons to participate at the LAC IGF step. So thanks for the attention.
Sure, thanks. I'd just like to encourage the respect to the time so we could come back. As I said, there's a trick to it, so you could come back. Yeah. Gentleman in this row.
Yes, okay. Good afternoon to all. My name is Shornan Osepa. I'm with the Internet Society. I think I've been attending these. First of all, I would like to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago with its national IGF. We have been attending these kinds of events, let's say, for the last years. So I think after this event, it's quite important if we can go with some concrete action plans, what we're going to do. Because I think by now we know what our challenges are. We have been talking about them for so long. So we have challenges with respect to access. We have challenges with respect to trust in the internet. So if we can, it doesn't have to be long, but let's take like 1 or 2 action plans and focus on these, because we have been talking about all these challenges and we know what they are.
Thank you. I think that's a very good point. I'm recognizing the remote moderator at the back.
Hello again, everyone. This is just a general comment to the people in the physical room. People in the virtual room have been providing a lot of supporting data to this discussion. They've shared this data via Twitter, website, etc. So after we leave here, etc., if you can go and read through the chat, they had a lot of really nice comments on what was said earlier, and they've also made some resources available. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. All right. Open forum continues. Again, if you want to do anonymous question posting, feel free to use the cards. Gentleman at the mic. I think this is Mr. Ican.
Yes, Albert Daniels Ican. I'd like to throw out a quick technical question to the Trinidad and Tobago community. Are the topics of DNSSEC and IPv6 important to you as a community? And are these topics that you think should be discussed at the IGF or in similar fora, and especially with regard to their impact on your economic and social development?
And maybe I will pause to see if anybody does want to respond to see if that in fact is a topics we want to like to discuss. I recognize gentleman on my right.
Yeah, I think definitely we need to spend more time, especially on DNSSEC. I mean, .tt has been signed for about, 4 or 5 years now. But right now, only 2 subdomains within .tt have been signed. One from somebody from ICANN and Hossein.tt. But yeah, we need to start discussing why people are not signing their subdomains. And of course, yeah, V6, we still need to get that word out.
And for the record, that was Patrick Hossein of .tt and TTMag. I noticed that Bernadette Lewis, SG, STU, would like to say something.
I fully endorse my colleague from ICANN, what he has said. The Caribbean Internet Governance Forum has been actively encouraging IPv6 adoption. We have a project, IPv6 Nation, IPv6 Caribbean. It would be nice if we could get our countries. Oh, I'm so glad the timer isn't working again. So I'm just going to if we could just encourage our countries to move in this direction, we could become IPv6 Caribbean. But it takes a certain amount of will. And as Dr. Malilieu said, we are pushing at the top, and we're hoping to get the grassroots support from the bottom to move in this direction. And of course, DNSSEC, very important. 2 projects that are on the CIGF agenda, and we would certainly like to have it recognized and followed through in the TTIGF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Right. respond to that question first. Hans, respond to that question. I saw Mr. Swift first, so he could go, but the timer will work for Mr. Swift this time.
I love the formality, Tracy, Mr. Swift. Back to just to further Secretary General's comment. There are several methodologies for measuring IPv6 adoption. If you were to go to Akamai right now, you would see that Trinidad and Tobago ranks about 24th in the world for its IPv6 capable rate. So that's a job well done, but then there's a huge gap in terms of any other Caribbean countries that appear on that list. So there's an opportunity for the folks in Trinidad and Tobago to discuss adoption and promotion strategies.
Thank you. Gentleman from TTIX.
So I'm going to answer with my operator hat on. We're an operator, so IP version 4, IP version 6 is something that we sort of like control on how quickly we're going to adopt. And I think I'll speak for all the operators. It's more of a question of necessity and demand. And what we found in our company is that we've actually exhausted IP version 4. We can't get any more from LACNIC. We used all the technologies we could, made it as efficient as we could, delayed going to IP version 6 because in some cases it required training up with the people, in other cases change of equipment. And it was just a headache which we didn't, or we wanted to just kick further down the line. But you can only kick it for so long. And from about 6 months ago, we started to migrate and implement IP version 6. So we're running sort of a hybrid network for the more technical guys. We're not doing NAT or any form of that. We're going straight IP version 6. So we've got some customers running IP4, some running IP version 6. We're pairing with our upstream providers with our version 6. And I think that's what a lot of the other operators are going to be doing as well. And once we feel that we've got to some sort of a tipping point, we'll probably think, okay, look, let's completely switch off version 4 and migrate completely to version 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any, given that that has been a nice little session there, are there any more topic interventions on what ICANN would have raised in terms of IPv4, IPv6 and DNSSEC? Anything further? Great, okay, so open forum, back to the open forum again. Again, as I said, if you want to be anonymous, you can use the cards and someone will pass and collect the cards from you. All right, so then, I don't know, let's see if there are any other questions coming in. Gentleman in the back.
Hi, good day. It's less of a question, more of a comment.
Can you just identify?
Sorry, Abdullah Mohammed. Less of a question, more of a comment. Back to something I may have asked earlier. And this deals really with innovation because innovation in businesses is something that sometimes we may tend to lean too much towards. And innovativeness really starts at the individual level and at the micro SME level. So again, I wanted to make this plug for e-content. And I didn't hear the entire conversation, but I think e-content is one of the ways, and we as a country certainly are very innovative when it comes to content. I think you would agree. I think e-content is something that we need to really incentivize. I'm not sure if this is the correct forum for that, but I just want to make that plug for that. So that was my question about YouTube and so on, incentivizing e-content and having that, that innovation come out. So that's my comment.
Yes, and this is the correct forum to raise that actually. So I would take any responses on that if there are, anybody wants to weigh in on local content, e-content, and what we're doing about it and trying to figure out what we can do about it. Anybody who would like to weigh in on that? I see someone coming to the mic. Lady on the right.
Yes, Kim Malali, University of the West Indies. I believe it is in the UK, the Digital Economy Act, which I think was passed last year, and I could be wrong, but this is my understanding of it, is that one of the aspects of the act, if I understood correctly, is a tiered fee structure for content that is adult. So my understanding is that Simon, I suffer from the opposite problem. So my understanding is that for content that is adult, for adult audiences, there's a higher tax. And so I think that model is a very powerful one, because I share Mr. Abdullah's feeling that the content is absolutely key. And our niche, we are so rich with what we have, that is what we should focus on. And incentive models already exist. And
Thank you. And that was a very good intervention, actually. Is there any follow-up on that from the forum, or maybe Abdullah, you want to respond? Anybody would like to respond to the local content, which is very important as far as we are concerned. But to hear your views is what we are here for today, and not to tell you what we want, what we think. Anybody wants to weigh in further? Come on. We talk about local content so much as a driver of the economy, and we're here to talk about it. Anybody else? I trying. Is that a remote moderator, or is this, okay, gentleman in the back in the red jersey?
Hi, Kurt Caesar, TTCS, not the Cancer Society, the Computer Society, just making that one clear. So I am going to represent myself, an end user, in terms of content. I remember many years ago, there was a conference at the Hyatt where they invited somebody from Jamaica to talk about, I think it was something about the radio stations, and he said at the conference that in Trinidad, we are content consumers more so than creators. And I do not think that that is a lack of innovativeness or creativity on our part, but just culturally, we like to consume, we consume a lot, so all of our focus is on consumption. And the few people who want to create, they are stymied by the lack of infrastructure necessary to do so in some cases, or the impetus to do so, as it's not monetarily feasible for them to do that and make a living out of it. And I think that this is a forum in which we can engage with that question.
Thank you. I think so as well. Is there anyone else who may want to contribute to that topic? I like how it's going. We're actually doing some themes. Is there anyone else? Yes, Mr. Nazir.
Thank you. On that note, apart from creating the content, there's always been an issue of where this content is hosted, and generally it's been hosted out in the US. And now that we have an exchange point, just for some information, we've actually got 2 exchange points as of this week. We set up a second exchange point down in the south, because in Trinidad there's some small niche operators who found it difficult to connect to us up in the north. So a request was made to the TTIX, so we facilitated that. I believe we're the only Caribbean country that has 2 IXs now, so well done for Trinidad. And one of the next initiatives that we're looking at is trying to get local content here. We've succeeded with working with some of the CDNs, so things like Google, Akamai, we're working with Netflix to try to get them to bring the content here. So when you are consuming that content, it's coming in locally. But also, from the web hosting perspective, we're trying to push forward to see whether we can generate an environment where local content can be hosted locally. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think that was a reasonably good discussion. Thanks, Dr. Mali, for raising it up, and thanks, Abdullah, for bringing it to the table. So, open forum, topics, feel free. This is your chance to vent a little bit, maybe. I'm seeing gentleman on the left, in the back of the room. Yes.
Hi, David Antelak Singh, Trinidad and Tobago Computer Society. And I guess just to change the topic a bit, one of the things I kind of noted is that, okay, yes, we are using more ICT, we are using more persons are getting online and so forth, but I think there's one aspect of that, one consequence of that that's not being properly addressed is the electronic waste that is being generated. So when there's a new phone every 1 year, 2 years, everybody runs out and buys it, and the old phone is either hopefully given to somebody, but then if it breaks, what happens to it? And I sense that this is something that I think is critical for the Caribbean. I think it's something that even impacts small island developing states, actually, I would say, you know. So, you know, what can be done about this e-waste? The challenges for trying to do recycling and so on. I noticed some limited success of, well, non-ICT stuff like glass and so on, but how do you deal with the more serious stuff like the computers, the motherboards, and so forth? So just throwing that out there.
Thank you. That's a very good question. And again, I'm not answering, so I'm taking answers. I see there as a potential answer or a comment.
With regards to electronic waste, one of the biggest issues, at least within Trinidad, is the collection issue. So it's easier to recycle glass, it's easier to recycle plastics, you know, but with electronic waste, depending on the type of waste, you have a lot of hazardous material to sort, as well as items like phones and so on. It's difficult to actually collect. About 2 years ago, I was involved in a project. We were trying to get B-Mobile to set up collection booths essentially at their offices, so that when you have old phones or something, you could actually deposit it there and we would collect it. You know, the logistics of collecting and essentially concentrating that waste is a big challenge. As well as you have to make sure that you verify the recycle chain with regards to how it's recycled and either ship it off to Africa or China, one of these places.
Thank you. Anything further? Any other comments on the issue raised about e-waste? And I'm seeing recognize the SG from the CTU.
Right, thank you very much. A very important issue. This issue was raised at the CTU's ministerial General Conference of Ministers in September in Barbados, and they have actually mandated the CTU to look at the whole issue of e-waste. So we're in the early stages of developing a document that would guide our work going forward. It is of concern. It has been identified at the level of the ministers of government. We have 20 member governments across the region. So work will be happening in the CTU on that whole issue of e-waste.
Definitely, and thank you, SG. And I would like to encourage, given that what she just raised, the fact that it's being considered at that level, that we do find a way to utilize what she raised earlier about using the TTIGF and the CIGF mechanisms to get solutions or comments forward to that fora, so that the CTU themselves could raise that with ministers as necessary. Seeing there's a, yes, not ladies first, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
Just to follow up on that, we do have the technical capability within Trinidad to process most electronic waste. The only exception being leaded glass from old CRTs, and mercury vapor bulbs that you'd find in certain of the older LCD, LED monitors. But as far as the circuit boards and everything else, the technology already exists in Trinidad. It's just not being deployed to scale yet because of the collection issues and so on.
I see. Dr. Malalu?
Yes, I think this is an excellent intervention, Dev. Thanks for bringing it up. And I think that I'd like to follow on Shernan by coming up, using this as the focal point of a first tangible undertaking that TTIGF can consider, especially in collaboration with the Conference of Ministers, to look at the issue of disposal of at least the collection of the electronic waste. And I'd like to recommend that the first port of call really is the bins, the deposit bins at the service providers, and have that as the focus of action for this year, the time frame, the TTIGF. And the second one, which is a longer, more contentious and more laborious issue, is what Danny would have raised in terms of the agitation of response with regard to the outstanding components of the electronic transactions.
Yes, thank you. Kurt Caesar at the back.
I have a question with regards some pushes that Trinidad seems to be making towards consolidating information. So the police service, not the police service, the transit authority recently said that we are going to have new driver's permits, and they're going to be machine readable, and it's going to be a database. We also have TT Connect, where you can sign up to do taxes. We are pushing to, I assume we are pushing towards a system where all of one's personal country data is going to be centralized. And I know you and I have had that conversation. My question is, given the lack of adoption of, as we spoke about with DNSSEC, and the fact that a lot of government databases are not as secure as they need to be, how heavy is the push towards centralizing data and securing it? And what do we need to do as stakeholders to get that happen? Who do we need to talk to?
Okay, that's a very difficult question to answer because I don't think I can any longer. But is anybody in the room who may be able to answer that question? Or can respond with a comment or feedback on that, whether or not the government... Yes, I'm seeing a colleague from, gentleman on the left who will identify himself.
Yes, Amos Sylvester, Cybercrime Unit Police Service. Right. Trinidad and Tobago have reached a point where under national security, we have developed a CSIRT, right? One of the legislations going forward, apparently at least 2 years ago, was a cybersecurity agency, which would guide policy in terms of education, in terms of recommendations to EWAs, recommendations to different portfolios dealing with IT. The only thing is that with the government coming into office, they have kind of shelved the cybersecurity agency which was supposed to guide. So it is left up basically to the NGOs and the various, like where we are now, to come up with the different policies and put things in place and make it neutral across the board, right? That is one. On the issue of the e-waste, I hope when we're dealing with e-waste, we look at the cyber hygiene of it, in the sense that recently we had a cleanup campaign in West Trinidad, and somebody put their computer outside so that they could pick it up and go, only to see a neighbor from somebody from the community come and pick up the CPU and walk away with it. And while they were wondering what somebody was trying to tell them, no, go and take it back, because your hard drive and everything, all your data that is there on the system, the person just walked away with it, right? That's my 2 cents.
Wow, that's a very striking point. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I know there are other government representatives in the room because I'm watching them who may want to respond. And I see one has declined already. Is there anyone else who may want to respond to this topic that Mr. Caesar raised? Doesn't seem so. So that's another topic, I think, for the TTIGF to put on the agenda and to engage further with government. Naran Bahari.
As far as the cybersecurity aspect, one of the things, we're in a different hat. My company, we do pen testing. So one of the great forms of getting information, especially from businesses, is when they swap out their old photocopiers. Plenty of people don't realize that there's actually a hard drive inside of those, and unless you actually tell the person you're leasing it from us and take it out and turn it over, you might get a 60 gig hard drive, and that essentially has all the documents you have copied on that machine for the duration it has been there. And we have actually done audits of companies, and literally everything, from private to public, you can pull from that. So it's not really something that is in the public awareness as far as businesses are concerned, much less individuals. Right? Usually when we collect hard drives and so on from clients, we would shred it and then incinerate as part of our data destruction protocol.
Oh, that's actually, I didn't even know that. That's astounding. Oh, I see Simon Fraser was at the mic.
In a related vein, I'd like the various Caribbean and now national internet governance forums to take up the discussion about minimum legislative standards for the custodians of our ICT infrastructure. The cable companies, the protective services. You know, we spent the morning talking about doing more on our ICT platforms, but we really haven't spoken about how we go about making sure that these platforms are resilient in the case of a natural disaster or insurrection. For example, my favorite bet now is I believe 100% of our offshore fiber optic capability still runs down an unnamed valley in West Trinidad, and you can in fact hold the cable with your hand on an unnamed beach. To my mind, that is unacceptable.
Wow.
And we all know which valley we're talking about.
I'm looking very pointedly.
Good afternoon again. Thanks for the mic. I might take more than 1 minute, so you might want to slow down.
Right, but
well, in terms of those two issues, it falls within two areas that the authority is going to be looking at within the next 3 years. Robustness and resilience of the national telecommunications infrastructure. Now, we use the word nationally, but we really mean the public telecommunications infrastructure. It starts from the subsea cable systems that come into the country that, yes, rightfully so, come in at one landing point area, right? So in terms of work we plan to undertake within the next 3 years is to seek out a second cable landing point and hopefully a cable landing system for that landing point. That is somewhere not that close to where Marguerite is. Let me just put it that way, because there's a couple sites that we're looking at. Hopefully this will help form a ring between Trinidad and Tobago and the rest of the cable systems within the Caribbean. And of course, on the issue of the robustness of the telecommunication infrastructure, this is where we're looking to establish minimum standards, and it'll be via consultation process, of course. That will speak to issues of the network themselves, the equipment used in the network, and the facilities, of course, towers being an important one, particularly when it comes to this issue of emergency communications, because it's on a parallel exercise, and I'll just be 5 seconds more. We're also engaging with the ODPM and the Ministry of National Security on looking at a national emergency communication plan that is supposed to, I guess, include in it some consideration to this robustness and redundancy in terms of the network infrastructure.
All right, and it's 1 o'clock now. Just asking the back of the room, my colleagues, what time are we supposed to end the open forum? 1, right? So let's make the last call for comments, feedback, and questions. So good. So line up at the mic and so on. This is your last chance. Recognizing Simon Fraser, and line up at the mics, and I'm seeing one in the back. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, it's heartening to hear that we're thinking about a second landing point in the next 3 years. It always seems to be in the next 3 years, but that wasn't really the principal point I was trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is we cannot really leave it to the private sector to determine their path on building and resiliency. This is where the government has an important role to play, to establish and police those minimum standards, because we are becoming exceptionally dependent on this infrastructure. As I said, the telecommunications companies, protective services, our hospitals, electric companies, the stuff down at Point Lisas. You know, if this stuff is really put to the test, how will it fare? So I don't think we can leave it, you know, up to the individual companies to determine their own standards.
Okay. I recognize the remote moderation. It's a remote remote intervention first.
Question from Glenn McKnight. Many locations are working on community mesh networks, that is Toronto Mesh, NYC Mesh, to provide low-cost community Wi-Fi.
any local activity.
All right, so that's a question for the audience. I'm not sure if anybody's aware of any mesh networks being built locally at a community level. Is anybody aware of anything that can respond to Glenn's question? Yeah. I myself am not aware, but I don't know if anybody else is aware. Right, so it seems as if the answer is that we're not sure. I recognize, is that relating to that question?
Yes.
All right, Jacqueline Morris.
I know that there was an initiative a few years ago to do a mesh network in Tobago, and they had some problems getting it sorted, getting everything pulled together, and they haven't tried again. I don't know if there are any others, but since that group, I haven't heard anything from them since, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay.
But somebody did try.
Thank you. Gentleman on the right.
Hi, Owen Williams again. In terms of come back to the agenda, the second part for me, which was the digital economy in Trinidad and Tobago, one of the key areas that I'd like us probably take a look at in our continuing points relates to open data. And largely when you say open data, you tend to mean government open data. It is very, very helpful alternative to actually having proper sources of open data. What you end up doing is scraping government websites and making a go at it in that way. I think government as a body, they do a lot of work, they actually do a lot of research and do reports, but it's actually locked in storehouses somewhere that's not accessible to the developers to use. So I'd like to raise that as a point of concern and hopefully get some traction on it. We missed last year, for the first time I noticed, we missed the opportunity to be part of the Caribbean-wide open data activity, and I'd like us to not do that this year. So that's it.
Thank you, and I'll use my convenience prerogative to probably ask Dr. Hossain to probably give some thoughts on open data and what's happening, maybe not on the government side, but what's been happening from where they're involved. And I've lost my runner for the mic, so I'll go and get it myself.
A few years ago, the couple came on, right? we started the quest of getting data from any source we could, from ministries, etc. And we formed data.tt and maps.tt. And unfortunately, we had some limited success. We do still get some data from NAMDEFCO, for instance, and some other sources, but it has been difficult. Now, we keep talking about innovation. A lot of the innovation requires data. There's a lot of work now on data analytics and machine learning, and a lot of interesting algorithms being developed, but you need to have the data available to make use of it. A lot of my students are working in this area, machine learning, for instance. They have to use foreign sources of data. For instance, things like work we do on smart grids with smart meters. We did get some samples from TNTech, but we needed much bigger samples, and so we've had to use a data set from Australia, for instance. So again, the data is available, and we have been in discussions with various companies as well to access data. In many cases, we could use it for research, but we can't make it open, and that's understandable. But there are many sources out there of data that is already publicly available, like CSO data. Apparently, you can go in and get it, but it's not easily accessible from the internet. It would be nice if it was made available. So that project, has been given lower priority on my agenda for now, but I would like to bring it back up and spend some more time on data. Again, a lot of the innovation, given data, these young people would find all sorts of ways to make use of it. But we have to make it available. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Patrick. And yes, and I think that's another very important agenda item for the TTIGF to take forward, open data and its relevant sister and brothers, big and small data, and so on. So Is that a question coming on the right? Yes, gentleman on the right.
Good evening, Aravinda Rampasad. I have a quick comment, piggybacking off of your last point, and it's that if we're looking at leveraging the internet infrastructure that we're putting up, looking at digital economy things, innovation things, one thing I'm thinking we should probably be looking at too is the question of our digital payments infrastructure, because if you're on the persons who are on the ground looking at standing up businesses and ventures, that's a very real problem. And I mean, I can tell you, like, from the perspective, I'm someone who's trying to get one or two digital ventures up. And a lot of people in space, we just are taking the route now of bypassing what is available locally and going straight to foreign options, just because what is available locally is so lacking. So that's a very real concern for me, and I guess as a systemic thing, if we're looking at seriously extracting value from what we're building.
Yes, it's Trinidad and Tobago, and you can guarantee that we will probably start and end with payments as our biggest issue to deal with. So we're at the end of the open forum time, but what I would like to do is just to tease something further out. Is anybody wants to make some final comments or statements that have a solution-based approach to it? So no more issue raising, no more, what the problems are, but is anybody who really thinks they can come forward and say something, anything, about what solutions they can perhaps propose or offer? TTIGF recommendations, general recommendations, anything. And we will kind of close with those if there's not a burning line to the mics. I'm just not seeing anybody with any solutions. So, thank you, Devon Antiluxing.
Yeah, Devon Antiluxing, Trinidad and Tobago Computer Society, but I guess also as a TTMAG member, I think one of the things that we really do need to do is really strengthen the dialogue of multi-stakeholders in the Caribbean. I think it's probably one of the things, and I think we can, as the MAG has done, try to look at, see, and try to encourage those other types of multi-stakeholder groupings in the other Caribbean islands. Generally, I tend to observe, yes, there's collaboration, but usually it's at a very high level type of thing, and not really, you don't really hear about the end user state, from my perspective, end user state, civil society coordination or inputs into that. So I think that's probably, something we can now work forward coming out of this.
Thank you. Yes, very important point. Is there anybody else who may want to offer any final comments, statements in this vein? Yes, I'm seeing, yes, Mr. Osepa.
You can call me Sherman as well. It doesn't have to
Hello,
be
Sherman.
Mr. Osepa.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, basically just to give some structure, I guess. Given that we have been talking about digital economy, I think we can focus on, let's say, 4 areas that globally others are looking at as well. For example, e-commerce. We have been looking at this since the inception of the internet. Data economy, basically what Google is doing nowadays with all the data that they are collecting. They are using smart, let's say, technologies to continue doing some advertisement, these kind of things. We have also a third group, which is, let's say, internet access. Hereby you can focus on IXPs and other ways, wireless for community projects which was brought forward as well. And the fourth group could be, let's say, that whole e-banking, virtual currencies and that kind of business. So if you can divide basically our approach in these 4 areas, then I think we can have some point of departure, what we can do.
Yes, I think that's a very good summary, Sharon. Unless someone has something to add to that, I think that's a good research agenda, unless he's missed something. Anybody has anything? Has he missed anything? Did you include e-waste in your research agenda package in any of those topic areas? No, is it a separate area or is it within one of the? Right, so we'll add e-waste as a separate topic area, so that's 5. So 5 specific areas we can look at from TTIGF, unless anybody has anything to add further. All right, and again, I'm just last call for solution-based comments. Good. Right, that's it. Just remind me, David, are you giving some comments at the end on the thanks? Yes, I think you were. Yeah, so join me, Dave, to come and give a little close and thank our partners. And Dave is vice chair of the TT Mag, so I think it'll be very helpful to give a few words and just wrapping up. Say that again? Follow. Good. I was wondering, just bring that up. Okay, well, this has been a very exciting time for us, for the MAG, the Trinidad and Tobago Multistakeholder Advisory Group, to get this off and running. It's something that's been talked about. Yes, we should try to do it, and it's only literally within this last fourth quarter that we said, all right, let's do it, and whatever the obstacles were, we'll just knock them down and just try to get this done. So I'm very glad to see this session has happened, and it was a very informative session. So I would just like to first of all I'd like to just thank our partners for doing this. So the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group was the host, but a lot of the partners of the members of the MAG also assisted, and these include the Internet Society Trinidad and Tobago, the Trinidad and Tobago Computer Society, the IEEE Trinidad and Tobago section, and the TTIX. And we also had a lot of support from, globally, and we have to thank ICANN. We also have to thank the Internet Governance Forum Support Association, and some of our other partners that also were involved were also the TTIGF and the TTCSI, the Trinidad and Tobago Coalition of Service Industries. And also, let's also thank all of our panelists for coming today, and it was a very informative Q&A. So thanks to the moderator, Mark Lindsay, Dr. Kim Malalu, Curly Prescott, and Mr. Kirk Sukram, and Professor Patrick Hossain, who stepped in very quick, at a moment's notice when George Gobin, our original panelist, had to, unfortunately, had another pressing engagement within the last 24 hours. The room is still available until about 2 o'clock, so I would like to encourage you all to network and, again, continue the discussions. And again, as we mentioned before, this is not the one-off event. This is not going to be a way of continuing the discussions, and we'll probably announce ways in which how we're going to try to do that. We're going to probably try to summarize some of the key topics and send out some notices and see how best we can try to continue the discussions and in preparations for the next IGF, which, as the chair has noted, is tentatively scheduled for next year, first quarter 2018. True. And just to mention, the website for this IGF that we created was igf.tt. And, so we have a membership or a subscription list. We're also on Twitter at TTIGFTT, and a Facebook page at facebook.com/TTIGFTT. So, of course, you could subscribe to that and see announcements and related to the TTIGF. I think that's about it. Let's also thank Tracy as well for actually being the convener of this Trinidad and Tobago IGF. So thank you. Thank you very much. And as Devon said, the room is available. So we have probably until about 2 o'clock, I think, to continue this. I know people may want to stay back and have a little chat, so there's no need to hustle out. But the event is in fact now over. So thank you so much, and for those who wish to stay back, please let's have a chat. Thanks very much, and thank you all for coming. Thank you very much again.